What up? What up? How we doing? Welcome. How you guys doing today? Holy, yo, would not believe the luck I've had this evening, and this is good, insanely good luck. So, as usual, after getting back from work, I decided to load up some maps and just play a bit before my stream, as I do typically do, because why not? I like the game. Then I'm doing my thing, blasting some, getting stuff done to get to prepare for stream, so not even really being efficient. So I complete some maps, and I see this weird spider web looking thing drop from I think a boss in the map, and I'm like, okay, I'll check what that is. I don't know what it is, but I'm curious. I've never dropped that before. Then I forget. So like 10 minutes go by, I'm doing all that stuff, then I come back and I run a map and I drop a slate, and I'm looking at this. No, I drop a false god skin, and I rush to ID the false god skin because let me know if I hit big, which I most times you don't. Then I'm like, this is not great. And then I almost, then I'm like, okay, I'm just going to disenchant it. Then I remember there was something else in my inventory I wanted to check. So I'm like, before I disenchant everything, let me see what that spider web looking thing is. And then lo and behold, that spider web looking thing is this guy. It's fucking an eternity blueprint. And I'm like, as soon as I saw that, I literally screamed. I'm like, excuse me? If I was absent-minded enough, I would have actually disenchanted every single thing in my inventory, and that would have included that. So I'm glad that I wasn't yet so far gone that I forgot to check. So yeah, we dropped an eternity blueprint. That was not somewhere I thought my evening would go, but that just means I have to figure out how I want to spend that money when it does sell. I have no idea how I want to spend it, to be honest. There's so many good places to put the money in. Examples: I can get a prairie now easily. Very easily get a prairie. That'll be good damage when I'm ready to fix my slate, but I'm not ready to fix my slate. I could get I could spend like only 2k and get my Frost Magi Kismets. That gives me Frost Magi. That allows me to get rid of him and actually go rock for mobility, and then that allows me to go for my big rock Thunder Magi swap. That would be all the money I would need for that, and lean more into multi-strike, all that jazz. So there's many different angles I could go with this money, and I haven't actually decided yet what it is I want to do with it. Because if I go for Frost Magi, then odds are I'm not going to be hitting Profound today. But if I go for if I go for Frost Magi, I likely hit Profound. But if I go for like a Prairie or something, likely not hitting it today, because that's an investment for the future. Because like, and then there's also the argument that, oh, I can, because I just got this insane amount of money, I can just save up for a Lone Walker, and that again is a lot, will be really good. Lone Walker with Radical Order should be really good, especially because that grind typically like kicks my butt every single season. I get Lone Walker, but like by the time I get Lone Walker, I'm kind of checking out, because that thing takes so long to grind for in most situations. So like, I'm thinking I want to get something that's very expensive but not the best upgrade for me now, because it will send me so far into the future of my build. And honestly, if I decide that I'm going to save up for a Lone Walker, if that is the decision I make, I think I would still be able to hit Profound. Maybe not today, probably maybe even today, but probably not, because that'll be all the money I would make today, plus what I would be getting from the Eternity, because remember, tax is a thing. But maybe not today then, but like Also, it just means when it is time to hit profound, I'm going to like, my damage is going to start multiplying very quickly because I just have that extra aura. I can now start scaling my damage with aura, with sealed mana compensation. I already have a fair amount of sealed mana compensation already. And that can give me aura effect as well from generic sources. I can now go for a rare amulet instead of Lady's Tear because that will give me aura effect and, you know, sealed mana compensation, all these other different things that I could now do. So like my damage scaling will, while I might not inherently hit profound, my damage scaling will multiply by so much if I were to get like a lone walker as an example. But there's also a lot more efficient places that money could go into. So we'll see. When I have the cash and I see how much it is post tax, I don't do any math. I can actually do the math, but like I don't want to, because I know the tax is like 12% or something. It's like 12%. I think I did the math in the past anyways. So that would just make it be like, maybe I get 5k on the dots thereabout, like not much into 5k, maybe 5k, or maybe 4,900 ish, which means on top of the money I currently have, which is 1,000 something, I would be having like 6k, which is not enough for a lone walker. So then I could maybe grind tonight, try to save up for that lone walker by only putting 2k in, and you know, we'll see. The more I think about it, the more I'm fine with the lone walker idea, simply because that shit is a grind. Radical order is also just on the more expensive side. Apparently the cheapest lone walker right now is Deep Pain. Apparently. Oh, and the slate I dropped yesterday that was looking really juicy, the price dropped so much overnight, but it went for like 750, so I can't complain. Still, it was still a very, very healthy money boost. What do I want to do with the money? I still kind of have to decide. Ow. I think I really want to have Rock Magi in my lineup though, especially for the... Ooh! It's sold. Let's go. 5,057. Let's fucking go. All right, now is the time to decide. Actually, I can decide while I'm playing, because if I stop playing to decide, what tends to happen then is I tend to spend like so long not actually playing the game. Okay. Sup? Look at that. 5,057. Look at all that FE, boy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 6.4k. Holy. Oh god, oh god, oh god. This map was almost a break thanks to that judge. Where is he? You deserve to die very quick and painfully. Well, very slow, but I can't exactly slow down my DPS, so you get to die quick. I guess profound today? Maybe. Maybe not. I've been trying to decide what I want to do with the money. And there's two avenues I can do. I can go for the smart thing, which is to go for the most cost efficient DPS upgrades I can, and in which case, yes, 100% I get to profound today. But then I can do the second thing, which is save up all the currency I make today and try to invest into a big upgrade, like a very big one, like a lone walker, which will not by itself take me to profound, but what the lone walker will do is it's an upgrade I need to get nevertheless. So by getting it now, I A, take that very expensive upgrade off my list early on, and B, it just makes my scaling to that point way more efficient because now I have a big damage multiplier somewhere, or damage / defense multiplier, I guess. Now, because of how long it takes to grind for a lone walker and how long that will be without an upgrade, I think that is actually what I'm going to go for. That is what I think I want to go for. Where did I drop it? I dropped it from a random boss and I almost disenchanted it. Is the funny thing. Like I killed a boss and I saw it and I picked it up and I thought it, in my head I'm like, I don't know what that is. It looks like a spider web because this is what the icon actually looks like. She looked like a spider web. I'm like, I've never seen that before, but like, I mean, I'll have to see what it is. So like, imagine seeing this icon. So I'm like, I don't know what it is, but I was this stuff IRL. So like, I wasn't even paying too much attention. So when I drop it, I then AFK'd for a bit. I came back, I went into that map, and then I picked up a slate and I picked up a false god skin. That false god skin, I went to my inventory to, you know, to ID it, to see if I just hit big or not. Didn't, or as you might imagine. And I was like, okay, so we just disenchant. Then I was like, wait, what about that? I remember I dropped a spider web thing. What was that? Then I look in my inventory and it's like right there. I'm like, oh, it's not some weird, you know, sprout thing. It's actually an item. Okay, what item is this? And the moment I saw it, I literally screamed by myself. Like I could not believe what I just saw. I was like, yo, what? So yeah, I dropped it from a random boss in a random T8 map. This specific boss is the how do I describe this zone? It's the zone that has the poison gas clouds. That is the best way I can describe it, I guess. The one where I was telling you where some monsters may be hiding when you spawn and you go to the right, and then there's a big spot on the right or whatever. That's a +3. Nah, that's a plus. I mean, it's insanely lucky. It is like, it is insane. But I don't think it's a +3. But that is, there's luck, and then there's eternity luck. Well, eternity blueprint luck, and then I guess there's eternity luck above that as well. But that's still like worse luck than you dropping a raw mage blood. So remember that. Holy, the dopamine was insane. Seeing that, I still feel it. Like I'm still riding that high because yo, everyone dropped a mage blood. What do you mean everyone dropped a mage blood? I didn't drop a mage blood. What the fuck do you mean? What mage blood did I drop? If you want to say the tree printed mid blood, that's one thing, but like you didn't get yours from the tree. So I still disagree. Like I said, I still disagree. You didn't get yours from the tree, so you can't use that argument. This is the league everyone was saying ground loot was giga nerfed. They nerfed loot scaling, and you dropped the raw mage blood. They didn't even drop. It wasn't even an apothecary. It was a mage blood. And keep in mind, you still drop apothecaries. Well, I guess it was settlers that gave you an apothecary. But all the same, you still had that as well on top of your raw mage blood. What was? There was nothing else in the map. I'm just saying, you should drop the raw mid blood in the season where it should have been hardest to drop a raw mid blood in the past like 3 seasons. Ooh. Oh, an ultimate ember. I mean, I'll take it. That's my second ultimate ember of the day. Surely free shot fixes everything with his modifiers. Surely, right? Ooh. Oh, I'm out of compasses. Zero times 5 idols is still 0. Says the person that is going to feel free share loot, going to scream his ass off, and then going to enter the next season expecting free share and then being disappointed. These guys are almost down to 5 FE. Oh, I guess it's still 5.5-ish a piece. Do I want to click this one? I just feel like it's more... I feel like I don't want to click anything but blue compass until I'm done with T8. I feel like that's just the smart thing to do. Besides, you're now 1.5, so that's like 3x the same cost. That's why I'm rewatching videos to set the expectation right. Rewatching what? Videos on idols? I mean, idol crafting was ass. I should have put in last mod, I forgot. I think I want to get a lone walker. Because like I feel like if I don't get a lone walker now, the grind to lone walker will actually be one of the last grinds I do in the season. And I mean, it's not the end of the world if it is, but like, you know, it also makes my build code a lot harder to follow. There's also that downside. You're not great, right? Yep, you're terrible. Oh, look, it's your chess piece. How much are lone walkers again? Radical order. AK. Okay, it's about 8k. I currently have 6.3k, so it's 2k away. But I think I'm gonna do it. And then of course when we get to be corroded, double corroded, because odds are we're not selling it anyways. It will definitely make my build code very hard to follow. When all of a sudden my profound has a lone walker, I'm like, and so that's something I should also consider. But like, I don't think I plan on making content this season. That whole thumbnail thing just pissed me off, so I don't think I'm going to do that. Like, in reality, I could easily make thumbnails that just don't have TLI shit, like my current stream thumbnail, and just go with that. But like, nah. I would just make it. I'll just make POE videos instead, since Prisha is coming out anyways. Ooh. You'd rather give me the ultra rare cube than the... I guess ultra rare might be more common than super rare or SSR. $65. What is this? Eh. If I was going Frost Major as a build, sure. But I'm not. You know something I just remembered that's actually a break for me this time around when it comes to this? This needs to be 4. Yeah, it needs to be 4. So if I corrode it, there's a chance I break it for myself. Because I can't have 5 auras. Huh. That's something to consider, actually. That's actually something to consider. as you guys, how are you that much worse off? Did you guys go to Sand Island or something? I have no reason to send to Sand Island, so why? Maybe that's where they went. Who knows? You know, Loki, I'm still trying to convince myself to get the lone walkers instead of just going for the full Magi swap into 4 minions into being able to leave slam everywhere. Ooh. Yeah. Now that's a good map. All right, I think I've decided. I have 6k FE with me. 6.4k or 6.39 whatever k. I also have like 300 in these guys. I have some 140 in this one. I have an extra 300 in this one, so that's like another 1000 maybe. That puts me at 7.4k. If I stack aura effect right now, get the extra aura, precise radical order still feels kind of awkward for my minions because of the extra aggro range that I just don't have access. I just don't have a choice with anymore. So like, it's still decent. It's still decent. But on the flip side, this is the opportunity, because this is what I'm giving up on if I decide to go the lone walker angle. This is the other route. I would, let's say I decide not to go lone walker, what would I do? I'd go for an inverse image. This inverse image would have -49, -49. Bro. You would have this guy. Jesus, that's us. Let me just confirm with this one. I'd be copying. I would put it here. It would copy this one. But I don't care about taking, well, I guess this one too. I would want it to have this one. So maybe I put it here. It copies here, copies here. So that means the micro talents it's beside has to be, they have to be good. It doesn't necessarily care about mediums, but it wants the micro talents at least. So it can multiply origin effects and yeah, another one here. So Yeah, let's do that. Because if I don't get positive, the fuck was that? Yeah. So like I'd be paying like 2400, 2500 for a plus 81 minus 48, which is really, really good for what I'm trying to do. This would give me an extra magi slot for free. Not for free. It's 20% less damage or 22% less damage, something like that. But it's worth it. Then with the extra money, which is like 5k, I would go ahead and I would buy an ethereal prism with effortless command. Effortless command is not the most expensive, but I would want it to cover at a minimum here and here. If it wants, it can cover a bit more. Like if it wants, really, I don't care. But like the important thing is it covers here, covers here. So I'm not too particular about the size, so long as it can get from here. So it needs to have 2 here and it needs to have 2 here. So literally any size would work that is not like a 4x2, right? It has to be by 3. I guess you can work it by 2 if the by 2 is like going up to down. But then it will cover these nodes, which I guess are not the end of the world, because I could also get another 8% less damage taken. And even better life regen. So maybe I'm going for a 5x2 or something. I don't know.
Plug.
Sup?
Hello. Hello. Big update today. Yo, did you know this new Nerds for the Wicked update day is gonna be free to play day, and they just didn't mention that in the reveal at all?
Interesting. I think I would want a 3x4, but a 4x3 would also be fine. I would go ahead and I'll get something here that has maybe some decent suffixes or mods on top of it. Maybe I'd put the mods myself. What the fuck is plasticity? No idea. Anywho, I would do that. Then what is the next step? The next step is actually going ahead and buying Destinies, medium fates with ice flower, getting the double here, which is like 2200. And at this point I would have like maybe 2k left, 1000 left, but like I would have the core of everything I'm going for. And keep in mind, I would also get some origin of spirit mages effects from this upgrade, so that's also some extra DPS. And at this point I can then decide to wear I can actually even go for a corroded helmet, iron and bloom with timid, or like probably timid, honestly. Actually, no. Then I'd go maybe this one. What is this? 1% chance for this attack to deal damage equal to the max multi-strike count for every 5 growth. Yeah, so like this would be insane, I think. Like at 500, that's a 100% chance for this attack to deal damage equal to, which I feel like that sounds so convoluted, but it sounds like it's strong. So that'll be 5 attacks of max multi-strike damage. So they'll always be at a multi-strike damage, so then we just want multi-strike increments. Anybody have this? 2800? Honestly, it's probably worth it. So like, I would then go ahead and buy all of these different things. And then I would save up to craft my multi-strike weapon, which would look something like... Those upgrades sound way more fun than just buying a Lone Walker.
The Lone Walker shit is ass, bro. It's more fun, so you can actually delete mechanic and do other things, so you can print the Lone Walker faster.
I mean, I could, but
I think that's the play. I think getting to profound is the play.
The thing about getting the Lone Walker thing is like, it's just, I mean, I guess that'll just be an upgrade that if I don't get to, I don't get to. Because every single season I've gotten Lone Walker, which is like 2 seasons at this point, that has been one of my last upgrades, because by the time I grind up like 8k 11k fe, shit does not last much longer past that. Plus this corrosion is kind of nutty. Let me just make sure it's the best corrosion for the helmets, Heart and Iron and Bloom. I think it is. Yeah, I'll get it. All right. Now I've decided on what my upgrade is going to be. So get that. Inverse image. Pick that up as well. Then I need to do Supreme Showdown, because Supreme Showdown is locking some talent points for me. So these are 2 of the upgrades. What were the other upgrades I mentioned? Frost Magi to begin with. Also, now that I have this guy, well, I guess I need to get it to high energy first, but I can now go ahead and sell my current helmet, and that'll give me some money back. $55. Do I want to stay on 55? No, we'll try to push a bit more. All right, we need to buy some more energy cores. 0.085. $42 FE for almost 500. Okay. Mild. 59. Okay. $350. This is something I bought like 800 yesterday. But it is what it is. All right, so let's actually also just try to sell some stuff. $396. How much are ultimate embers right now? When they are dropping in price, I probably should sell these guys I've been holding. I could also just, I plan on using them. Yeah, 28 a piece. They used to be 40. Divinity stones. Do I want to roll you or do I want to? I think I'll roll my divinity stones. This set I actually feel like I want to roll. These aquas are going slightly up there. These guys just keep fluctuating between 20 and 25 depending on time of day. All right. Bro. Can you get the fuck out of my face? Thank you. All right, let's do this. Our first window in this thing is already 10 FE. Sure.
Are you really about to roll Divinity Stones?
Yeah, why not? A part of me wants to make a spreadsheet for this thing for like just the 4 important things I care about. Like Flame Elementium, Ultimate Embers, Purple Crystals, and then the cost to actually buy them. The only problem with something like that is I have to manually update those 4 things. But so long as I think I have any in my inventory, it should be relatively easy to price check them versus actually going to the store and doing all of that. And then the spreadsheet will just calculate the what the FE price per stone is and what the stone price of the different things are. And then I could go for something that's similar to the website that was there. I know FE comes in 1 stacks. The other one comes in 20 stacks. But I know you can also get FE in 10 stacks, 5 stacks. And obviously I could just leave it at that and I'll do mental math to figure out what the others are, but I could also just have the sheet tell me. And if I'm going to put in that effort, I might as well have the sheet tell me. Do I want to do this? Because what that would mean is I'm going to roll all my divinity stones for the rest of the league is what that means. Because otherwise, why am I doing it? Arcane is just there in the background, quiet, hoping I do it, but he'll use it.
Do what? Wait, what am I gonna use?
Oh, never mind.
Oh, the thing, bro. I'm selling that shit. The fuck?
You're not selling.
Crazy,
You're not.
You thought I was gonna use it.
You're not gonna roll it. It's pretty.
No,
It's pretty. It's pretty good profits. I mean, as of the seasons I've actually rolled it, I could actually buy from the market and sell stuff, and even after tax, I still make a profit.
I linked the sheet, I guess.
I haven't made the sheet.
How will you make it link?
I've not decided to make it. Right, that I'm just buying. Should I? Let me see if I can make it in without spending too much time. Let's start with some basic stuff. FE price and stone price. I guess divinity price. It's actually not hard to. And then somewhere like here, I just put divinity stones FE. And I would need to how much in FE is a divinity stone? I want to make it such that I can put in the Divinity Stone price without thinking about anything else, no calculations, and it spits out what I need. So in this case, Divinity Stones are 0.022 per FE. So that means an FE will get one FE will get 45 of them. Roughly 45.45.45.45. All right. Then what are the different things we can get? FE. One, obviously. The Divinity price is okay. 5x FE 5. Brother, what? Oh. Then 10x FE is 10. And same thing here. Brother, can we focus here and just do the same thing? Just keep going to him. Even this one is... Wait, that's correct. Okay. I don't know how to expand it. Give me a second. Let's figure this out. Okay, let's try this. What is the next thing we're doing? Purple crystals. 20 purple wedges. They're going for 0.18. All right, cool. So it does work. Then I need to do the same thing for legendary. 1 orange. Yeah, and then what is the price of this? Is like, it was 11, right? I just sold mine. Is the problem? Actually, I haven't sold it yet. Roughly 11. Then ultimate ember. Ultimate embers are going for 28. Yeah, okay. And then we have, who was the last guy that is like an honor, I guess resonance to a degree, but like probably not. 0.04. All right, and from this point on, I will add stuff that I find curious as I run into it, essentially. This is apparently worth it because this cost 18 divinity, 18 FE in divinity stones, and it's, you know, wait, if the divinity price is less than what I'm seeing here, that means it is worth it. And if it is not, yeah, if it is not, then it's not worth it. So this is not worth it. Okay, cool. We'll do some testing. FE is currently 45, so this would not be worth it. This, on the other hand, is worth it. What about you? Holy, this is not worth it. Our current prices. Yeah, it isn't worth it at current prices. Because those 20 would sell for 3 FE. But to get 100 wedges, it's like, wait, it's like 2 FE. Right? It's 45 per wedge. Okay, something is off with this formula. Let me think.
Oh, yo.
Well,
Sorry, do you need a sec?
well,
I just sniped something in a Starlight for 25.
25 FE.
25 FE, bro.
And
it has double crit rating on it.
Lol.
Literally, the next highest is like 119. It's like 200.
Congrats.
Thanks, brother.
Oh, I know what the problem here. I know what the problem is. The problem is with these wedges is 0.18. I meant to use a formula here. That's where I fucked up. Times 20. Okay, cool. So it is worth it. All right. I need to do the same for anything that's multiple as well. Yeah, so this in reality is 163, so it's almost half the price. All right, we're back on track. This is not worth it. Reroll. This is way worth it. This is also worth it. I don't think I want to bother on the resonance, I'll be honest. So we'll just ignore the resonance. We'll save a lot of money getting the resonance from here, Sha. Nope. Wait, there's 100 stack. That is actually curious.
No. Okay.
Yeah, this is way worth it. Holy. I can't ignore that if it's that efficient. Anyways, C splitter, there's no way that's good. Okay. No, but yes. Oh shit, ultimate embers. This is like 300 into the worth. So take it. Okay. On second thought, Netherrealm resonance, very unworth it. This one is. This is actually isn't worth it. I always have to recheck because purples are kind of weird. This one is borderline, but I do want ultimate embers because ultimately I want to craft a two-handed weapon with the money I got today. So we're going to be doing that once we're done with this set. Early season, this would have actually been insane. Actually, no. It have to be day one for it to be insane. And even then, you're probably better off if you have that much. This is not worth it, huh? Good to know. If you have that much divinity stones, not worth it. So weird. Things that I would look at and just instantly grab are turning out to not be worth it. Fury hard. Nope. But that transcendence, I only have thought twice. So yeah, this actually didn't take as long as I thought it would. Mm-hmm. This would have been good day one. I'm already down to 4k stones. Holy, that was between the calculations and everything. That's, I mean, it was pretty quick. Especially, is it printing? I mean, there's a fair bit of stuff here that actually isn't worth picking up, and I would have no idea without actively doing the math. So I'm happy I made the sheet. And at this point, I kind of can eyeball stuff and know if it's worth it or not. Like, I kind of loosely remember some of the prices, though. I guess if I say anything that strikes me. Also, now that I remember, I should actually add a custom field. We'll do custom here, where you put in the FE price of the thing, and I guess I should put the stone price. So say it's 50 and the stone price is 2,000. It would take profits would then be, this is the divinity price and this is how much it is. So to take this equal to this, I think, minus this, all in brackets, times this FE. So if it's 50 FE, it costs 2k stones, then this would be a 6 FE profit. But if the price of the thing I was buying instead was 500, then it'd be a 456 profit item. Is the math correct? It means the divinity price would be this, and if what I'm actually paying is this, I guess I should be more elaborate with this. No stone price, but actual Windows stone price. So if this is worth this amount of divinity stones and the game offers it for 2k, you make giga money. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. All right. Just for the uniques that end up showing up here, that field will help with them. At least for me. Oh shit. You know, a part of me really enjoys dabbling in sheets because I don't get too many opportunities to do it, but I also simultaneously hate dabbling in sheets because it actually takes time to make sure your formula is right and everything, depending on how complicated the calculation is. Like here, it's pretty chill, but like there was a point where I did the same thing for RuneScape, but it was for something else entirely. I think it was when necromancy was first introduced. There was a giga profits margin there, and I needed to make sure I knew exactly like how profitable it was to know if I should keep continuing, because this was like the weekend. So the thing about when skills drop in RuneScape is from the moment it drops, shit is like insanely expensive for the training materials that you could probably get doing the skill. But like as soon as like those few days pass, it plummets in price as the people who have the money to spend on leveling it up have passed the point where they need to level it up. And now, so I need to know exactly when it wasn't worth my time anymore. I just go from there. That shit took me a while. That actually took me like an hour, 2 hours, but I actually had a lot of fun doing it. Shadow of Thunderlight's Eyes probably ass. How much is legendary again? 700. It's 500. This isn't worth it. Okay, cool. But I checked. Oh shit. And I'm out of stones. How many ultimate embers did I walk out of there with? 10, 2 legendaries, full stack of purple wedges. I should sell the full stack. That's 180 FE. Then what was something else I was getting a lot of? I got a decent amount of raw FE. All right. Next up is my brain isn't working. Prism's effortless command. Filtered search. I am looking for let me ask in the CLI Discord. Quick question about prisms. I feel like I remember it being number of rows coming first or something like that, but I don't fully remember. But I imagine if it's 7 by 1, then it's number of columns first and number of rows. So I guess I can add condition group, make it 1, because I'm okay with any of these. Try the sizes again. Did I miss them? I had to have, right? Yeah. I said 3 by 4s. 4 by 3 is probably fine as well. 3 by 3 is probably okay too. And then on top of that, Let's go origin of spirits magus. Magus. And we'll search for this first. 420 with a 4%. Sure. All right, so let's start with the inverse image, shall we? Oh shit. I forgot the inverse image is the one that goes here. I don't need it to take this one though. I need this one as priority. And I didn't even, I guess I did for origin. All right, so I know where I'm going to put it. Okay, do I? If I put it here, I get to go 8% and I get to go, I guess I'm reducing the effect of this one, so I don't really want to have more of them, but I would get to get +1 level because it's not enough to reduce the level. If I put it here, what do I get? I gain 3 points back first and foremost. Then I get an extra level from here. I don't get this level, but I get this level. I get this one from where it is there. And I'll still get origin, which is also very nice, which is the bulk of what I wanted. And I think I'd rather have the origin than the extra level from here. Because I could, in theory, get +2 levels as well as, well, just +2 levels, really. I guess +2 levels and this one. There'll be +2 levels and a max magi, but then I miss out on 12% here and maybe 20% there. Yeah, I'd rather just miss out on the level. So we'll do this. Thank you for the follow. How you doing? And welcome. Dude, that message doesn't last long enough. What the hell? Do I need to clear the board before I can put the prism? Because that would be annoying. God. Why wouldn't it force me to do that? 30. Yeah, so okay, I was like, yo, what on earth? Like in my head, I thought this was here. I'm like, yo, what do you mean I went from 40% to 41? Well, did I get the wrong prism? Like, I was like, this doesn't seem right. But yeah, this is the one I was looking for. 20% less damage, but +1. Also get the extra level from there. You know, get the extra level from here. Pick origin up. %0 chance for them to use, holy. And then get some extra origin coming from there as well. Then we were also in this ballpark. But yeah, I took points from here to get the... Okay. I'm fine with this. If anything, I can probably even remove these guys. What if I did this? Put it here. Took this one off. Okay. I can't do that, huh? What if I did this instead of attack speed? That way I get tankier. And I don't have to put on 9%. Nah, we want damage here though. And it's a healthy amount of attack speed anyways. I'd rather have that one than this one. But like, still. Level up, I can put this one here. I put an extra point there or something. But anyways, all these to say... Now we have multi-strike supports here. And we really want to go multi-strike. So you get to go for multi-strike. Then trade house, claim that. I bought everything except this guy. This allows me to now have Stone Magi. But because I still have him, I'm going to have to drop this one. Which is fine. Fine. And honestly, you as well. The reason I'm dropping this one is separate. I want it to be here. So that my glove can trigger it. Brother, I didn't say unlock it. Inventory full, huh?
Like 1K on Slate, totally.
You?
Yep. Rage.
Good luck.
So I'm gonna need to hit the legendary wedge.
And then on machinists, now we don't need to be on machinist tree anymore, and we get to decide which tree we actually want to be on. Prism gauge, prism level 3.
Legendary word crafting is kind of annoying because it's a permanent change. Just literally can't touch it after that.
I mean, what can I do? Wait, it costs 10? Prism calibration additive used when calibrating the third affix to gain an extra reroll on the random affix outcome. That's going to be giga expensive, is it not? Okay, so by just not doing that, eh? Okay.
How bad is it?
900 for
Oh,
Abyssal
I
Echoes. It's basically Abyssal Echoes.
Yeah.
All right, we'll sell this back, I guess. We don't need it. All right, now back to the question at hand. Do I want to keep the machinist tree, knowing full well that I'm dropping my one passive? I can now go back to Steel Vanguard, because if we're going to Steel Vanguard, I can pick up, well, to be fair, I can pick up life or res, probably life, then attack speed, regain. Isn't there life regen on this tree? I feel like there was. Because there's literally no life regen here. There's just regain. I mean, if I'm going to drop this life regeneration rate, then I think I'll just put the prism here for now. I want as many micro talents as possible. Oh sure, that's actually big. That'll be 1, 2, 3. Or I could do this one and it's 1, 2, 3, and I still get this guy. I save the 3 points here. But with those 3 points saved, I have to spend them elsewhere. There really isn't much. Oh shit, there's actually life here. Okay. So 4 by 3 is 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. So it's like exactly like I thought. It's columns, then rows. So 4 columns, 3 rows. I'd rather give up this minion damage than anything else, and I can get a bit more. See what I mean? Like, you run out of the things, the respecking tree currency, and the game is just like, would you like to spend 10 jagged primos to reset 1 point? Like, will you get out of here? Cool. So now you, and you. This, of course, allows us to get more 5 link. So you get to be 5 link, you get to be 5 link. And honestly, where are my buffing skills? Elemental duel. Maybe passivation. Clustering sands. Quick decision from myself. And then Noble. Stone refinement. And then what am I doing? This needs to be multi-strike. I almost forgot. Where's multi-strike? There. Multi-strike. All right. Somebody needs to go in here. It's you. Brand. Protection field.
Come on, have more damage. We spent so much on you. It's kind of crazy.
Continuation. Agility. Multi-strike.
That's kind of demoralizing.
What is elemental duo? Elemental fusion.
1k and not even going up. Somehow being in net neutral. That's crazy.
07.
The question is, where did I fuck that up? I got the mods.
Oh my god, I did the exact opposite thing I was meant to do. Oh my lord. I'm meant to be bringing erosion here. That's who I should bring in. It's erosion that should come here. Is there any other buff I should be? Elemental fusion. Oh shit, I took the trash one. Take the good one. I need to destroy the other one so I don't accidentally use it as well. Alright, erosion and rock. So I be in erosion when I need to do single target, and I be in rock when I just want to clear the map. Then here I'll go maniacal army.
I don't know. God damn it. Spent so much on that. Like I'm hitting 10 stacks on the dummy and my damage didn't go up.
You're hitting 10 num stacks on the dummy and your damage didn't go up.
It's making me think like
Or
something's
what?
wrong.
Is that your max stacks?
Yeah. At the moment, yeah.
Interesting.
It's a lot of changes. Like I changed almost every slate.
I mean, try Ordrax, see how far you get.
Yeah, probably the best test there. Sure I can. Something tells me it might. I don't even know if it's more because I feel like I would notice it instantly in these maps, right? Because I don't. I think it isn't. Fine though. It's a TLI journey.
Yes, it is.
It's crazy how like confusing it is to so many people. Like the amount of people I see playing like my build or someone else's build, and they're like, "Hey guys, I just sunk another 1,000 FE into this, but I'm still at 500 mil."
Let's see. I lost damage. Surely, right? What am I missing? I am missing something. Realistically, my frost major is still here, so regen is good, but we lost a bunch of damage from here. How do we offset this? I actually do know the exact solution to this. The only problem is it costs money, but okay, you are realistically the solution. Having multi-strike on you is the way.
Man, all the rack is rough. With no defense.
I mean, if it's the breath attack, he's going to kill you regardless.
Not on every build though.
I mean, you had to get sustained. The norm is that he just farms you. Wait, so wasn't I aware of a multi? Oh, it's an advanced. Oh, it's an advanced. Surely there's a double damage. So I can actually double dip in. I can go for pen and multi strike then, because there's nothing here I really care about. Maybe additional damage to life. But if I get pen here, then I don't need to care about pen on my rings as much, which would allow me to go for growth and double damage there, which overall should be more damage. All right, let's first get a chance to multi-strike, shall we?
Damn. Yeah, that shit doesn't make no difference.
Ooh, okay, that's what we're talking about.
No difference.
Okay.
Damn it. Needs to be changed.
Yeah, what I'm getting here is attack cast speed. I'm out of matchless embers. Holy. Now I need to get life regain.
Damn.
Try this again. Oh shit, 79% increasing damage.
Alright. It's fine.
Part of the process.
Other process. Part of the process, eh?
What's that?
I was just agreeing.
Gear related embers, matchless. How much are they going for? Ooh, 0.2, eh? Ember farming looking mad profitable right now. I don't remember how many embers it is, but I'm hoping it's not too many. Also, I still need to click this. But for now, I'll leave it.
I watched this guide today on Victor. That was really eye-opening.
Eye-opening how?
It was from like the top Victor in Deadlock. And he shared some concept I hadn't thought of that way before. Like, I always thought I was really weak early, but his arguments about Victor being better in the late game, in the early game for laning, is actually like very significant. Another thing I never thought about was if you're the only one alive or something and you have ult and they're taking mid boss, you could literally, like, this Victor has a thing called the tactical mid boss death, which basically means jump on that shit and die.
Yeah, so your ulti does big damage.
Well, it stuns them.
Oh, interesting. So your teammates can get it?
Yeah. Isn't that, like, that's interesting, right?
Mm-hmm. I know exactly what I need to do to gain back the damage I lost. But that shit ain't cheap. Let's see. Cross Major, you might have to go. But I can't afford to have you on a Kismet yet. That is not something I can do. So what do I do instead? Because realistically, if I went...
What the fuck?
I have to actually switch this to like servant damage. I just realized because I only have one of them. Wait, hold up. When I had elemental duo in here, oh, I lost a... Oh, that explains so much. I lost a lightning because I wasn't thinking. Okay.
Also, like, I never thought of the battery as something that you actually wanna sit at the balance between low life and like you don't actually want to be topped up as Victor.
Why?
Because pain battery heals you for the amount of life. It
You're
heals you
missing.
based on the amount of life you've lost.
I know. But that doesn't mean you
Sus.
can't be topped off.
You had an advantage when you don't top off.
You're at an advantage if you use it while you're lower health, but being higher health just means you have to DPS you more, which is the damage that would fill up the battery to use it in the first place. I don't know how I feel about this. I'm actually at the same DPS. On the one hand, I didn't fully switch. I meant to drop Frost Magi here, and by dropping Frost Magi, I'm supposed to pick up an extra minion, and that would have been a big part of the extra damage I would have gotten. But on the other hand, I can't afford to do that yet. I don't have 2k. Why? No, I do not. So unless I do that, until I do that, can I get indifference on a belt? Indifference would actually solve a lot. Let me see. I doubt I can get it, but let's just see what's out there. Sure. I can. This one is already somewhat... I'm not looking for T2 gear. Holy, I just realized what I was looking at. Minimum 86, please. If I were to get this, that would be 777 FE. I can kind of afford it, but then I can't afford to craft it if I get it. But it's 50% additional damage on the implicits or on the mod. Way cheaper than actually buying Indifference too.
For buff and furnace.
What?
Not you, bro, not you.
Huh. Would I really drop this? It will take me a bit to actually gather up the currency to craft that again. But I can. Is the important thing. %50 additional damage will do so much. It's way more than an extra level. It's just the currency to craft it. But okay, we'll do it. We'll use all the tax money. As well as we'll sell the rest of the ultimate embers. These guys are up to 30 now. Holy. They're all volatile. Do you know that? Also, we'll sell my truth embers. And we'll take you down in price a bit so you sell quick. This puts me at 801, so I can buy it. Now I just need to make sure I craft it to something that I can actually use. So I guess we start off with basic affixes because I actually don't care about anything here. Never mind. Oh, bro. Dude, stop giving me T1 fucking reap. All right. Sure, T1 erosion. T1 code. Holy. So we're going to be going for intelligence and then growth. I did it. Affixes that are left. T1 life. All right, I think this is fine. Okay, whenever we talk about it.
Bullet lifesteal page. Like, girl, your projectiles ain't reaching me by the time you need to leech.
I just crafted the wrong belt. Granted, it's not priceless. But god damn it.
Gonna lose blue, I think.
Just gonna deafen myself. Cool. We just got T1 erosion again. It was something we can work with. This is actually decent, I guess. Then oh, CDR. All right, well, damage is finally climbing. It doesn't look like we spent as much as we did, but like we're at 19 bill now. Now all that's left realistically is to get Origin of the Spirits mages for Frost on my Kismets, which is like 2k FE. I just saw a 7.1 bill hit. But that's like 2k FE. Okay, cool. And we now have this guy, so we technically can see how this map feels. I'm also heavily incentivized into now scaling growths because of I'm heavily incentivized into scaling growth because I now get an extra passive on the helmet. And that extra passive is doing maximum multi-strike per growth. So I really want to get to 500 growth. Now my next goal is 500 growth once I'm done with this entire thing. Maybe I should just try getting to 500 growth first and foremost. So we have 4 multi-strikes right now. And with each multi-strike, it increases in damage. I like that I can do that, and then if I need the DPS for something else, I can just switch to. I like that I have the option to switch from rock to something else, and I don't necessarily even need God of War anymore. I do need more regen though. So there's a universe where I switch my tree to the Warlord tree. Not to mention, I'm actually quite tankier now with this guy's mage's effects. The Gigaless. Brother, choose. All right. Am I gonna play Freesia? Yes, I currently plan to play Freesia. I think once it's Freesia time, I plan to do. I'll probably just stream Freesia, but I'll still be playing TLI on the side. I'm assuming you're gonna play Freesia? Looking forward to it? Do you know what you're gonna start with? Or still playing around with different ideas? AG or Smiting Paladin? Are you going to... Are you going to livestock? I assume you're going to livestock. Because Paladin is linked gameplay, right? No lifestacking, just aura button. Oh shit. 5 magic flasks. Or are you going to do something else for your... I assume you're going 5 magic flasks. I'm going to need you to, yeah, not bother me with that notification. I can send the POB if you want. Sure. I'm curious. All right, let's see. Sign of the Sin Eater. Of the Bat, interesting choice. Hyper lead variant to where I'm not getting for sure. Oh, this is the GG tree. Okay. I'm guessing you're doing sign so you can use the smite skill. So you can get a free level 30 smites. What are you supporting it with? Generosity and inspiration. Determ, purity, haste, enlighten. You have discipline, temper, shield. Giga auras, grace. Oh, grace from the ascendancy. Flame link. Oh, you went back to the Freesia tree, which means bloodlines are in here. So you're going 1, 2, 3, and 4. Have you considered bloodlines? Because the ATO Smiting's biggest worry has always been defenses, but like with this much aura button, determination, discipline, purity of fire, ice, and lightning, he'll be fine. What items is he gonna use though? Double replica dream feather. So you want to armor stack. Oh, you're armor stacking him. String of servitude. Giga grace aura effects. Powerborn skin of the lords with the, that's the one that has increased defenses, right? Increase early and chaos shreds, never mind. Guess the OG one is one that has increased defenses. This would be spicy to try to get in 3 weeks. This might be spicy. For bone meld, reduced res. Minions gain added resistance. Yeah, okay. I understand the idea here. The idea here is that's not the spicy variant. Oh, I know, I'm aware. This is achievable. The idea here is you want to give him as much resistance as possible, which means but he's only going to get, I think this only works with uncapped resistance, by the way, or not uncapped, I guess with regular resistance. So like in your case, that's 87% fire res, which will go to his helmet, which gives him, I assume he's using the what's that armor stacking helmet again from Breach, from Less Flame. Yeah, that guy. Then we have, let me see, what are these? Life regen, armor evasion, and then res with some with onslaught. Nice. Then melee strike range and target additional enemy. What does link weapon mean? Is this like your Giga? Okay, these are different versions. There's link weapon, there's dark seer mage blood, link weapon GG. So I assume this is what you want to go for. Bone Melt has a cap? I believe so. Bone Melt, I think, is based off your uncapped resistances. So if it's 90, 50% of that, which is 45, it's not like Formless Flame where it specifies uncapped overcapped resistance, or what does Formless Flame say again? Yeah, overcapped. So Bone Melt is, this would be a spicy amulet to craft. Very spicy. As for your tree, I feel like I've messed stuff up. Let me see. This plus 220, is it from, what is this from? Bone Meld? Or what? I assume that, I don't think you need this. Yeah, you don't need this. POB already has accuracy, like minions always hits. Like POB already calculates the fact that minions cannot miss. Bone Meld. Okay, so this one would be 45. And then this one, Purple Stole. Or are you getting a different source of lucky? Oh, wait. You're going for the Spectre, Spirit of Fortune. With Spirit of Fortune, well, I guess it depends on how you set it up. Did you set up your Spectres? You kind of did. So if you don't want to have to put this, right? Where is the damage? 43. If you don't want to have to put this, so right now looking at 43, right? What you would want to do is you'd want to create multiple versions of your race Spectre skill for every unique Spectre. Of course, you're going to remove this one. And then all you're going to do is, this one already has Hulking Miscreation. So you go here, you choose Spirit of Fortune, and then you go here and then you choose Iron Chieftain. And now your DPS is more accurate. It's higher, but that's how you configure that. So what is the how should I match your GG version? Do I just find the ones that say GG? I'm assuming it's link weapon with the link weapon GG and GG tree, right? One passive voices the Giga end game where you really juice your mana stacking, or your aura stacking rather. Holy DPS 380k. How much armor does he have in this version? I'm curious. 4.6 mil. Holy fucking armor. G fucking G. And of course, everything else is just Giga because aura stacking. I like it. I actually like it. I'm not a fan of Link gameplay myself. Did you scale your Link duration, by the way? I hope you did. Oh, I forgot controller. I'm very curious about a pedigree here. Let me see how much it's going to cost. Legendary. What is the name of the tree again? I don't remember. Why don't I remember? Let's go find it. Blade Runner. Quick advancements. Wanted to do something and you've not seen that before? Oh, you mean armor stacking AG? I've seen it, but like not to that, I guess, degree of armor stack, I would say. Like I've seen a lot of like not armor stack, aura stacking, aura button, if you will. What is my current slate? Or this guy? It's just boss, right? 15%. Okay. That means I get to use this, get to use indifference, but no, I want growth. How about this? Drop indifference, go mighty guard. $1,500. What about, and I feel like this would be worse, isomorphic. $1,666. All right, so we're going to do quick advancements. Isomorphic, mighty, and honestly, I'll put quick advancement here just so I don't forget the name. All right, what are some of the best ways to reduce conjuring time? To reduce conjuring time, you want to have this trait. And you want to ideally have one that has +2 levels, because that trait is going to make your regen and regain apply to your minions. Now, once you have this, you just want to scale regen and regain. You want to have both of them, but regen is more important. So there are multiple ways you can scale good regain and regen. I would say there's multiple trees. You can go for like I think the warlord tree has some pretty decent regen as well as life scaling. It's a very good defensive tree. Regain, you can get on a budget, you can get the gloves that give regain. Your main hand weapon should also have regain. Regen is more important than regain, but you want to have both of them. If you don't have regain, it gets very difficult to sustain while they are attacking. But if you don't have regen, then you can easily get into a pack and your minions have no life to actually fight. So they're both important, but regen is a bit more important because technically you can get by without regain if you have enough regen, but you can't do the opposites. I hope that makes sense. Oh. You are welcome. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. It's so hard to control this on controller. Like the rock is like, do I have auto aim on this on? Because if I do, I should probably turn it off. What I'm going to do is I'm also going to switch my rock and my erosion. Yeah, well, I'm not inventing the wheel, but it's still kind of fun. I mean, it looks like a very fun setup. Aside the link gameplay is not for me, but that looked nutty. Now, I don't think you get to the GG version in 3 weeks, but I think you can actually get, like, I mean, it's not a, oh, you have to make some big swap to actually touch that version. It's a, you can upgrade into that version over time. It looked like, from just buying voices to, you know. So that bit was fun. That was pretty nice. And you have that going for you. This is your first season and you started like 3 days ago. How are you enjoying it? How are you enjoying it thus far? I feel like I should have enough for, yeah, have multiple pools. Let's go. Oh shit, level 2. Let's go. 6% free movement speed. Do I want to try for anybody else? Nah, let's go again. Dude, where is this luck when I'm pulling drop pack spirits? Where the fuck is it? Enough said. When I'm pulling for drops, I need this luck. Don't put it on the battles. No, I need this on drops. So I just got 2 levels. Holy. Yeah, I'm just going to do this. Holy. Now that's the problem. That's kind of a problem. It's not a big problem. We don't do minus regen. That's another modifier to avoid. It's a fun game. I like how fast it gets going. Oh, it is. It's a very fun game, and I would say the early game is. It's very fun to skill your character. It's unfortunate there's the the pay to win aspects. And it's fun trying to figure out ways you can. What's the word I'm looking for here? Scale a build, especially one that scales pretty well. Because like with the amount of scaling vectors there are, there's multiple ways to scale a build. Some are obviously more efficient than others, but like I almost forgot this. What exactly is pay to win? I haven't looked into that. So the pay to win aspects in this game is the pack spirits, the pets, if you will. These guys, this screen I just finished engaging with, essentially, these guys are a gacha system where you have to use in-game currency or real life currency to buy the in-game currency to roll for them, and the rarer ones have better bonuses. I'll give you an example. This guy is a legendary pet. He's for the cube mechanic. By having him, even at level 1, whenever you roll your cube, I don't know if you know what the cube is, but it's a cube that spawns at the end. Whenever you roll that, there's a 22% chance he will proc. And if he procs, you're going to double anything you get from that cube. So by having him, you're making more per hour. And it's not so bad if you think about it from the point of view of, oh, I'm not facing anybody, you're going faster, that's fine. Where it gets egregious is when it's the fact that many farming strategies are priced around the people who have pets because they can afford to buy the compasses and the materials for it more expensively because they will make that money back. Whereas if you don't have the pets, you could easily lose money because you're not making enough without the pets to justify the cost of those materials. So like that, I think, is where it gets very egregious. And there are people who play the game completely free to play and they have a swell time. I don't want to make it sound like you can't do that, but understanding it's there going in, I think, is pretty important. And that is, keep in mind, everything I just said is the pets at level 1. At level 6, because you can get that 6 times. At level 6, what my current pet does is whenever I roll the cube mechanic, it has a 30%, no longer 22. It now has a 30% chance to proc. So I'm proccing it more frequently. And instead of doubling, like I said, it now triples. So that gap goes a bit higher. I think for the cube, I did the math and it's like 60% more loot, something like that. So like, understand it's there and make the informed decision if it is something you would want to engage with. But I do think it's worth still playing and giving the game a shot, because I definitely think, aside that, like, if I'm being objective about the actual gameplay and the gameplay loop, I would say this is the second best ARPG on the market. It's the most PoE like ARPG on the market. It's even more PoE like, PoE 1 like than PoE 2. Not to say I'm a PoE 2 enjoyer, but this is the next closest thing to PoE like mechanics. D4 doesn't have any interesting mechanics to engage with in the end game. Ellie is Ellie. We don't talk about Ellie. That is the idea, to have incremental progression. On that note, do you have any idea how I could test on how bone meld works? And thanks for the Spectre tip again. You are welcome. For bone meld, how could you test it? Go on maybe a new character, fresh into like Keeper's season, without anything on your tree. Go into your hideout, put Infernal Legion on a skeleton, see how long it takes for the skeleton to die, then equip Bone Meld, cap your res 75. Actually, no. Why that wouldn't work is because at capped and at more than capped, nothing would happen. Oh wait, I guess one thing you could do, this wouldn't be a solo thing, would be if you could get an aura bot to take you from 75% max res to 90. You put the Infernal Legion on 75, you put it on 90. No, that still wouldn't work. We're trying to test if Bone Meld gives more res than your cap. Yeah, okay, so that is correct. Actually, I take it back. Infernal Legion works. What you need to do is cap your res 75 only. See what it's at for it. See how long it takes for the skeleton to die. The skeleton should not be capped res by just only having the bone meld, because it's only giving 45 or giving 30 something. That means if you take it to like 100 or 150 fire res, so you bring in an aura bot or something, at this point the skeleton should die slower, because now you should be giving it enough res to actually cap it. Does that make sense? So like go from 75 to 150, because 150 would be enough fire res to cap it if it was given past that. But I think skeletons, you have to confirm with it. Let me actually just check real quick, but I think they start with like probably 20% res. So if you add 37, you're still sitting at 50 something, so you should die slower if you then give it more than 75 without raising your max res. If you reach your max res, the amount you give it goes up guaranteed. So yeah, so keep that in mind at least. Also, aura wise, you can't really use auras because your auras were affected directly. So you have to use gear to get your res to cap and get your res past cap. You're welcome. I'm actually very curious as to what the results are, so let me know. Yeah, flash should be fine. Holy brother. I think while I'm clearing, I should honestly have a second. Instead of having only frost, I should have one frost. What I should do is I should have switch this for servant damage or slow proj, and then put elemental duo here. This way I have another one. I'm gonna head out. You are welcome. Let me know what the results of your testing yield, because it'll be valuable information for, well, even this league starts, because I plan on going bone meld. Do we get anything good? You sank 200 hours into PoE2 this season? Sure. How long did I play PoE2? Yeah, I think I did probably. I did a lot of hours actually. Especially when I started building my temple. That was when I started having a lot of fun in the league. And that was way past my first build, so my maps are actually so much quicker though, so I don't regret the changes I made. I kind of wish I was able to finish all the upgrades, but I would say I underestimated the cost. I didn't underestimate it. I just went for a helmet that I didn't need to go for. The helmet I didn't need to go for the corrosion I did, but the corrosion was just bis, so I was like, you know what, fuck it, we ball. I said I was going to check this. I should check it. Battle. It doesn't have auto aim, so what was that sound? Oh shit, 21 stack. Or 20 stack, I guess. I'm back.
Bro.
Are you done with your deadlock game?
Not done.
Do I still need to mute?
What's up? No, I'm not talking to anyone right now. Do you want to?
This was the map I dropped. Was it this map? No, it wasn't this map. Okay. It was the other one that had an annoying layout. So now I'm at 19 build DPS and I'm way faster mobility wise. So DPS upgrade, and I have stuff to work towards.
Oh shit. Awesome.
The only problem with why I lost damage, and it's not necessarily a problem, it's that I bought the perfect corrosion on my helmet for like 2k when I was planning to not spend on the helmet. So that sets all the budget backwards. But because it's a corrosion, I'm like, you know what? I'm going to just send it before somebody does it for me. You know?
Yeah, which makes sense.
What do I want to do here? I can finish crafting my belt. I have to make sure I have enough for my farming strats. I can't ignore that. One thing I need, and I'm also way tankier now, thanks to the fact that I now have a stone mages. So now I'm getting giga less hit damage taken on top of my other effects. One thing I need to do is I need to figure out how I can get to 500 growth on these guys without my pedigree doing that. Because if I can figure that out, real talk, getting growth here obviously would be big. So if I get growth here, how much growth could I expect? 43. If I can get 43 growth here, that puts us at 310. So 350. I need 150 growth. Like I took minus skill area on something, but I don't fully remember. I feel like it was an option somewhere and I didn't choose it. I need to scale more minion AoE. And if I need to scale more minion AoE, that means I need these points.
I'm sorry. A support doorman? Give it a fucking rest, though, bro. Bro has a
Lol.
rescue beam. Like,
So you can rescue people through the door?
I don't know if he goes to the door, but I just thought that was silly.
Can't you just aim through the door and pull the person?
I'm actually not sure. I would assume so. Shit.
Oh shit, I just realized I can actually jump over some walls, right? No? But I just jumped over here. Yeah, I did. How does that work? I can't go the other way. I can. Wait, why is this so finicky? Anyways, it just means I can go over more terrain than I gave rock credit for. So that means we can actually afford to not have Dazzling Bloom. Which means we can have... Let's switch this to... I think we should switch it to Rising Edge. Then we'll see if we ever see it here.
Give me a rest, by the way. What am I playing against right now? I was really bummed about that upgrade, by the way.
What happened with it? You know what I need actually? That would really work. Okay, no, it kind of does. Kind of does. Switch. Nourishment of Life. Is this duration? It's cooldown, so we switch this to increase area. Let's just do circle. We can be on 510 right now. If we get a bit more AoE. $450. Why is he 450 though? So it gives me 140. So I'm not quite there yet. I would be there if I were to get growth here. I would rather have this there. All right, I think that's enough upgrades for today. What's going to happen is we're going to keep farming, and tomorrow we might have the currency to to complete the swap over. Expensive AF swap over.
Am I missing something?
Maybe. Also, I should consider participation for the rock golems because they tend to... Never mind. Okay. I'm not about to give a quick decision for it.
Oh, ironically, I'm finding a team that has a bunch of people with this. It's really interesting.
Which what?
With disarming hacks.
Are you a gun character?
I'm not, but I mean, not being able to shoot still sucks. Know what I mean?
I mean, not on Victor.
Oh, I don't have infuser yet. I'm trolling. Oh, there.
I can jump. Okay. I don't know why I thought I couldn't jump over walls with... Oh, shit. Maybe this is why I thought I couldn't jump over walls. Kind of inconsistent or finicky. It can do it, it's just not great. Why did you slow-mo pick that like you were going to give me some rose?
Stupid. Oh, like this is stupid. Nothing.
What was
I'm assuming
that?
they're together. I'm assuming it's like a 3-stack or something. They're just like all playing together, all have the same items. Dumb shit.
So my goal right now is 2k FE. With 2k FE, we can get ice flower or 2.4k FE. We ice flower, we can drop that guy and get an extra minion, so we can have 2 thunder, 2. I can get 2 thunder, 2 rock, and then erosion. That would also give me 30% effect of origin, which is really nice. Then I'll have an extra skill spot, so I can have 1 more empower skill as well. That should buff my damage even more, other than gaining literally an extra minion at 3 DPS. So that takes me from, and that's a what, 33% more multi. Yeah, just by getting the extra minion. And then the empower skill, or I guess potentially dazzling bloom.
Three on the warden. 3. Yeah, you can shove that, Hayes.
The one thing I wish was that this jump was a bit easier to control on controller. That's like the one thing I wish was a thing. Because if I use keyboard and mouse, it's actually quite easy. How do I jump on keyboard and mouse? Q. Yes, I can just do this. All right, now that we're done with this, we're going to switch back to Rising Edge. We're going to remove that. You already have well fought battle, so we just put duration in the mix again. Also, another part of the reason why we lost damage is because, like, aside not fully taking, like, completing the swap, is that rock magi, I think, inherently do less damage with their ultimate than thunder. So we went from full juicing thunder to getting rocks, but then losing some multis, and that kind of balance themselves out to be net neutral despite switching to rock. So I guess in a way we actually did the rock swap without technically losing damage, but yeah. I'll save my opinions on this swap until after I've completed maybe tomorrow or next. I'm not sure when. But that means no profound today. Well, technically I can probably do profound if I'm being honest. Jumping like this is honestly not bad. If I just space out my jumps and I move in between, my minions have the time to kill. I have the distance. And it's a lot easier to control on controller. take the 15. So you're saying you were bummed about the upgrade?
Bummed. I don't care like that deeply, but I am thinking just about like I don't know what I would do next after that. You know, not even like a hopeless way. Just more like yeah, it just doesn't. I put in so much for that. Was it like
What was the
to come out of
upgrade?
that with literally nothing is. It was a complete change of my slates. Now that we had Fervor, I went with the crit damage per Fervor rating slate like we spoke about.
Okay. Fighting for his life, I assume.
Yeah, it was.
Ooh. 4. Let's go. I'm going to run a profound map, and I'm going to see how it feels. That means because I'm itching for damage, I'm going to have to go into my erosion here and play slow. Holy, I forgot about the double death thing.
So yeah, I just felt like I put a lot of effort into that one to not really see it yet.
Yeah.
And oh, that was wasn't the end of the world, but it was a little bit on the demoralizing side of things.
Yeah. I mean, I get you.
Good moves.
Yo, why is this traveler thing chasing me or following me?
Yeah, that's kind of what my mindset was going into that one. Just like I was. I'm playing against a debuff doorman. It's kind of funny as fuck.
Isn't that the same guy that was the support doorman?
Yeah, bro has Slorton Hex, has the disarming Hex. Has
Oh god.
everything havable.
It's a Cerberus. Oh god, it's 3 Cerberuses? What the fuck? This game has decided I'm to die in this map. What are the odds my first profound map just gives me 3 Cerberuses?
Yeah. I mean, that was so like it was. I went up a bit, but like, can we fall in the 15? I even bought the gems too, the conic. I bought the support gems, and that shit was not cheap.
Mm-hmm. Can imagine. These bosses are quite healthy. It doesn't help that this guy is just jumping around and not actually DPSing.
finding some good success with understanding Victor's kit more. Like a little tech I learned was for Infuser, because Infuser does plus 30 spirit, but it gives you 80% spirit lifesteal. You actually want to use it when your aura has been already charged for several seconds, right? So at that point, it'll stop doing like 108 damage when it starts doing like 230 damage a second. That'll be an insane place time for you to pop Infuser because your lifesteal will be bigger and your damage will be bigger as well.
This guy, why are you spamming this skill? This guy has used that red projectile skill 3 times in a row. I didn't know judges could do that.
I thought they
4
always had
times in a row. Did they do?
He might be bugged. He might be bugged, right?
5. Okay, he just has to be bugged. Maybe he can't move or something. I don't know what else. Oh, he's finally doing something else. Holy fucker. Only my first profound map, eh? Ah, that was something. Ooh. So we can complete a profound map, it's just not compy. I think you are correct. I tested it with one misted, one res ring and mage blood plus ruby flask, and the kill death time didn't change significantly, but isn't that bugged? How I read it, it should work. So PO is very specific about how it treats res and its language around res. Take everything that works with res that goes above your cap. It typically says uncapped res or overcapped res, or like that is kind of what they try to say when it does that. And if it just, like in this case, it just says resistance, so it technically can work with, like, you know, uncapped resistance is a way to interpret it, but with their, I guess with their existing language, that is what leads me to believe, or leads the community to believe, that, you know, it works that way. And I think it was also decently tested lastly. I didn't do any testing myself, but yeah, that was the conclusion. Now, what the difference between uncapped fire res is and overcapped fire res? I mean, I think I kind of know. I feel like uncapped fire res is, you know, is the mastery. It's, oh, you from -60 to 0 you also gain bonuses, whereas overcapped it's only from 0 to wherever you end up. I think that's the difference. I'm not entirely sure. I'm not 100%, but like if I had to, you know, bet, that's where my money would be on. Rock Magi with multi strike is definitely on the weirder side. And the reason I say it's on the weirder side is because sometimes the AI is fine and takes him to where, like, makes sure he hits the enemy, and sometimes the AI is like, yeah, let's just go on a trip for one jump, shall we? And this is not even me controlling it, this is just the AI controlled one. You know something actually very interesting though? With my current helmet, wait, chill. This is actually brilliant. I just thought about. With this corrosion, 1% chance for this attack to deal equal to max multi-strike count. This means once I get to 500 growth, I don't need chance to multi-strike anymore. I really don't. Because then every single attack is going to multi-strike. So what I really need is this guy. Increments the damage. So I need to giga stack these modifiers, these multi-strike modifiers, I don't even care as much for chance. So in theory, this chance could become a different modifier actually. I don't, maybe crits? Could be a crits mod. But doesn't that mean I actually want to switch this chance to crit with increasing damage at that point with the base affix? Which means there's that 2k in my future, or I just craft it now. I have T1 ultimate affix though, more chance to multi-strike. Because at this point, if every single attack is doing max multi-strike damage, every single attack, that means the only thing multi-strike is actually doing is giving us attack speed. Like the only time, like having 4. That is actually pretty smart, actually. It means we can get rid of multi-strike support and just giga scale damage. Actually, no. I still need multi-strike chance. Never mind. Because I still need multi-strike chance because the mod itself still says it's equal to the max multi-strike count. So if I only have 1 multi-strike, then everything is going to do the damage of 2, like, you know, 1 increments. Whereas if I have 5, it's going to do the damage of 4 increments, but for 4 attacks. Okay, never mind. Scratch that. I still need a lot of chance, so I'm still on track. I need to get my sweet dream affix for multi-strike chance. And then this is going to be pen. And then on my ring, since I have pen on my weapon, I can focus my rings on growth, which is very important now. Which was always important, but like it's still important. And double damage, because I know what other sources of double damage. And then a res will be what I have on both rings. $21 FE. Was the res from bone meal that important to you? Like, I know it's important because, you know, trying to get as much for the helmets, but I feel like you had enough fire res to where, from like purity of elements and purity of fire, to where you still had a very healthy chunk of res. And don't forget, elemental army is still a thing. Worst case scenario, it's not ideal, obviously, but worst case scenario, elemental army is still a very decent support gem that gives res, it gives max res, and it gives more elemental damage. So I guess it's tomorrow we're actually going to hit profound at this rate. Woo! I was like, what was that sound? Dude, what is today's luck? Do you want to know what I dropped? Arcade, are you here? What
What
is
did you drop?
gaze upon the reflection?
Nice.
A div card worth 3.8k.
Congrats.
So we dropped an eternity shard and this. So that's, I want to say this is like, I'm fine with this being like a +3 to a +ish 4. Like this and eternity combined being like +3 or +4. But what does this gives? What is gaze upon the reflection? Twin reflection, isn't that's a mirror, right? So this is basically a 1/10 of a mirror. In PoE, that is what House of Mirrors. Yeah, because 7 years bad luck is a piece of the it's a House of Mirrors, but half a house, I guess, because it needs 10 itself. I mean, how much does House of Mirrors even need? I don't remember. 3895 3894. I guess profound today, if this sells on time, of course. My luck today is illegal. It actually is. I deserve that. I didn't think it was going to yeet me into the middle of the beam, but fair. I think I should switch this back. I need to start recycling some gems in here. So let's start with the ones I'll likely never use again. Honestly, even Grudge can go. Cool. Once I switch my frost, my next, actually no. What about my I don't want to have to rely on my pedigree for growth. If I get 60 growth from them, let's be objective. Let's be objective. I'm at 301 currently. 310, right? This includes friend nemesis, which will have to go at some point. So let's just say I'm at -54, so 250. Let's see, 250 approximately. This is 43. This is 43. Can get to 48. So let's just say 50. So that's 250. Slightly less. Let's say 290. So 300 to 90. Then this.
You want Green Walker, I guess?
This can get to 80. Slightly more if I go for T0, which I will eventually. But for now, let's just say 80. It goes for 80. So that's 160 between two rings. So that is 290, 300, 450. Then I can get my amulets to give me some as well. Maybe 50. An amulet roll 50. I think amulets definitely can, but let's just confirm. And of course, I can always go for growth as a base affix, or you can only get 48. But this is T1, so any of them T0 pushes me past the 500 mark. So I don't absolutely need the growth on the pedigree. Not pedigree, yeah, the pedigree, yeah. So that means I should be pushing for indifference, because then my belt slot can have source, and with my belt source having source, then I can still get Talons of the Abyss. Yeah, that's what I should do. I'm gonna get it. So with that pedigree, what else am I going to do? I need to stop pressing that button. What if I did this? For me to switch them, I would need to literally swap their positions here. Put this guy here, put this guy here. Fine, we'll do it. We'll do it one more time. Clustering. Stone refinement. Quick decision. Multi-strike. Erosion. Big swap. Dude, you won't believe the luck I'm having today. Let me just run you through how my day has gone with a brief history. So, it all started with this. I dropped a blueprint of eternity today. Just directly before stream, I dropped this. So, with this money and the money I already had, yep, exactly. So with this money and the money I already had, I decided I was going to get upgrades. So I go giga upgrades. However, I decided to splurge on a double corroded helmet that was not budgeted before I started the swap, right? So this is a 2,800 FE that I just didn't budget for. So now I'm like 75% done with my swap. I'm currently a bit over my last DPS point. Once I actually finish the swap, I expect that I'll probably be at like 40 something bill, maybe 30 something. It'll be actually a pretty decent boost. But anyways, I bought this helmet. I bought an inverse image so I could get an extra magi. I bought this so I could have extra extra energy to actually fit in multiple 6-links. So that, because like right now my setup looks like this. I have a 6-link rock magi, and I have a 6-link lightning magi. And right now my goal is to get the frost magi kismet so I can drop this guy and have 2 rocks and 2 thunder. That is the goal anyways. That should be a decent DPS upgrade, and then I get 1 more slot here, which allows me to potentially get an extra aura, which would be big as well. I can also just straight up 5-link stuff anyways. So anyways, long story short, I end up very broke, as you see here. I even end up crafting a new belt because indifference is now big with my current setup. It's just 50% additional damage because I have like 1,000 energy used and I have 500 left. So this is huge. So I crafted this new one and wasted some currency because I crafted the wrong belt accidentally. We ignore that. Then, as I am playing the game again, I proceed to drop this guy, which is another almost 4k FE. And at this point, I'm just like, I mean, I had come to terms with the fact that I probably wouldn't get to profound today, and the game was like, no, none of that quitter talk. But that's what I'm saying. Because what the fuck is this luck? Like, it has to be illegal or something. Because, like, what? What do you mean I dropped two multi-thousand FP items in the same day? Keep in mind, these are literally the most expensive items I've had all league. So to drop both of them on the same day is something. Dude. I'm going to give up on pressing the empower skill on this. But anyways, now with the swap I did, I currently have 1 thunder magi doing damage, I have 1 rock doing damage, and I have myself just jumping around having fun. So like, on top of the fact that we're not done with the swap and we gained a bit of damage, we still have more mobility than, you know, before we started the swap, which is why the swap is worth it. Now let me run you through the idea I have behind the damage and why I felt this swap was nice. So they added a new helmet. Rock sustain looks good. It does. I just need to get a bit more sustain to make sure he never runs out, and we're chilling. They added this helmet, which I told you Give me a second. Let me actually price this. It shouldn't be expensive. No, it's not. Okay, cool. Let me just make sure I didn't miss anything. Yeah, these are all us. About the norm. Pretty much the norm. All right. So they added the new helmet, which says it basically gives your minions the ability to multi-strike. And then it gives them increased increment of multi-strike damage. This means every single time it multi-strikes, for every multi-strike it does, it multiplies the damage by the increased amount, right? So for the first time it does 195%. For the second time it does 290. Third time is like 370. So you want as many multi-strikes as you can get. Now with the corrosion, you have a chance, a 1% chance for every 5 growths that it does the max damage. So like I have currently 4 multi-strikes. So there is a chance, there 1% per 5. So once I go to 500, it's 100%, but right now it's about 50%. Once I get there, it's over. But anyways, so this is huge. And then I have this corrosion to give me 95% instead of like 80% or whatever. So that's why I spent like 2,800 on this helmet, but like it's huge. Then I switched my rod and offhand to this two-handed that I bought a long time ago because I thought I was going to go for this. So base suffix is there, 63% multi-strike chance. It has 138 on the suffix, and it has increasing damage as well, which is again big multipliers here. I'm not done crafting. This needs to go for like pen. This will probably go for something else. I don't know what else. And then these just need to be better tiers. So we now have 4 multi-strikes, and we are going for even more multi-strike damage. I think I'm going to go back to this belt. I think I'm happy with indifference, but I need slightly more currency. And with slightly more currency, I want to sell something. But I need slightly more currency to buy the pedigree I want. With that new pedigree, with the new pedigree, I would have even more damage per multi-strike. I would lose boss, which is unfortunate. Oh, by the way, for the reason I'm able to have 5 magi is because you know how this one gives you a max? Well, this one gives you a max, but it also reduces their damage. So what I did was I got an inverse image that has minus 48% for that legendary medium. So it's enough to where it reduces this damage, but not enough to where it reduces this one. So then it comes here and it's like +1 and minus 20.8%. So now I'm taking 20% less damage for that extra magi. But because, you know, it's an extra magi that's doing damage, you know, it's good. So that's why I can do 5 magi as well. So lots of tech going on with this big swap. Lots of tech. Which is why which is why it really interested me to do it. Like, I could have saved up and gotten a lone walker. It was like 8k FE. I could have saved up for it and it would have been valid. However, I wouldn't have been quite as satisfied with doing that versus doing something as smart as this, for example. So I'm very happy with the idea behind it. There was somewhere I said I would put an extra point in the moment I got it. I just don't remember where it is at this point. I think it was here. Yeah, it was here. So yeah, lots of moving parts with this swap. And then we're not done because there's also a different part. You know how I mentioned how I don't like having to deal damage, how it feels awkward on the rock? Well, with my current setup, I still have a support minion. I still have the erosion, and the erosion doesn't do damage. So what I can do on single targets like Supreme Showdown is I can actually just go into my erosion and let all the rock, like the 2 rocks, the 2 lightning, they just do their thing. And I'm just running around with the erosion, living my best life. All right, give me a quick second. I'll be back. Exactly. I can always just toggle and go for and allow him to go do DPS while I'm doing something. But BRB.
Good night, bud.
Okay, I'm back. You're going to bed?
Not going to bed a bit. Just getting up, I guess.
How were
Just
your
for a
deadlock
bit.
games?
You're okay. I won some in victory. I won some. I don't think I lost, but it's all good. Congrats on the big drops. Huge.
You just sold, so I guess I can actually do the rest of my swap now.
Gaming.
Hmm.
Alright, talk to you later.
All right, good night. I assume you'll be on same time tomorrow. He's gone. All right. Oh shit, this is even cheaper now. It's 10.50. 10.50. All right. Hero traits. No, it's pack spirits. Hmm. This is 28, so I would drop you first. Bro. How do I keep forgetting to click claim all? Then this allows me to finally drop this guy. Which now says I either picking a Magi to go in here, or I'm picking a new aura. And if I had to say, I'd pick a new aura. Restrain, aura amp, increase AoE. Cool down. I think that's all. What exactly can I do? I need slightly more reservation efficiency, I assume. I could be wrong and it's completely off, so let's see something. We'll switch this to... For this, I'm going to use a 20% aura. This is if... Let's try 50%. It's still not enough even with 50%. Why does it become 60%? Am I missing something? Is it because of all the multipliers that realistically are not those multipliers? Or why? Because like at this rate, I don't think it's actually even enough. Let's see. I'm going to use a 20% and we'll see what happens to it. Because I don't fully understand why I have reduced efficiency, I guess. This is 5%, so yeah, I'm not even close to being able to fit all of them. We need way more sealed mana compensation is what that means. All right. This means one of two things. This guy needs to go in there so I can get another. This one is elemental duo first and foremost. Then this guy needs to go in here. I should get superpower if I'm being honest. But anyways, this allows me to get Nourishment of Life, Dazzling Bloom, Timid. Curse would be big here. But so would Growth. But I feel like Growth AoE is just not consistent enough that I would want to use it. Dazzling Bloom, on the other hand, I don't mind manually casting it. So like it has that going for it, which is really nice. However, yeah, I would just prefer if this was an aura, I'll be honest. But I think if I want it to be an aura, I need to have more sealed mana compensation. So this is full already. This is off the beaten track. I would need the amulets. I need sealed mana compensation, aura effect. I need to basically just start aura stacking it if I want to get that fourth aura, which means I need to get Lone Walker. But I'm not going to worry about that for now. For now, I'm mostly clearing, so we're going to use this version. And then we're going to buy a superpower. You know what? That might be it. If I draw Protection Field, only Protection Field I can realistically drop. And my Magi's are very, very efficient. So that's kind of the problem here. Also, I'm now degenning. So I need more regen now. There's an easy tree to fix it. But I'll lose all these minion stats. I could look at fixing my slates next. The goal would be +1 Magi and regen. And this one. This is why I hate checking for divinities. Why is he not finding any item? Dude, what the fuck? Why are they only golden? Well, like this would be another option, but then I have to mix this with a prairie, and a prairie is expensive. I guess for now, what I would do is, and this is because I lost some effect because I switched to these versions, right? So what can we do to compensate? Oh no, I just realized I'm getting growth from here and this is temporary, so I'll need to figure that out later on. But I guess my rings will probably give 100 plus each. We'll probably be fine. We need the ultra high budget to get to 500, but anyways. You know what? I do have an idea. Item collection, skill, passive, precise rejuve. It's literally 1 FE. And literally 1 FE. And this should give me some more regen. Aura amp. Restrain. Increase area. Cooldown. And then you, friend. Wicked. Protection field. Okay. This works. So we're at 22 bill. Next up, trade. Install. Now we have indifference and quick advancement coming from there. And we can go back to this guy. Did I click the right thing? So now we're sitting at 26 bill. How much do I have left? 1200. If I get a superpower, it would also help a lot. But I kind of think, what do you mean by empty skill slot? Oh, the rejuve. And that'll be fine for now. The bright side is I don't think they are going to run out of life. Okay, that's cool. My life regen should also be slightly higher than it was in the afternoon. Yeah, I've gotten some life regen. Next, I kind of want to replace this guy. Kind of want to replace that guy. I also need to work on removing this one as well. But first things first. Dude, what the fuck? Okay. I need to think objectively where my money should go next. Slightly more life regen wouldn't hurt. It really wouldn't hurt. So let me think. I don't think it's priority though. Is the only thing. Like, I don't think it's priority. It'd be nice to have, but it's not priority. Then where should the rest of this money go into? Honestly, let me just buy my farm materials right now before I forget. Void lands is 2.6. Beacon farmers, where you at? I want full stacks. Like that. Not quite full, but close enough. So that gives me 119. Now for the actual cube compass, where am I at? 67. But if I can get like 50, that'd be perfect. But the goal is to get 50 cube compasses. You're already up to 1.7. Okay, for 50, not 99. $43 is slightly too low, but I can go 43. And I could go 6, 7. But I'll go the 13 stack. All right. So that's handles all my farming mats. I can go ham with the remaining 800. There is one thing I really want. That is, I'm gonna upgrade this guy to level 4. Because then that gives me 4%, which is another multiplier that I really want, because I can do 20% from there. So hero memory, epic, 2 hero trait levels. What do I want the base affix to be? It should be life or armor. Life would be better, I think. Armor is also fine. I guess my question now is, what is this guy's armor? 85k. I need steadfast. ASAP. Currently, we're getting how much bonus from it? 85k divided by 25. 10. Brother, 85k divided by 25. 10. 33% more damage from the support gem. Could be more. And if I remember correctly, it scales off of this would replace my grudge, but then I'd have to get grudge from hunting a bomb, which isn't the worst thing, but also not the greatest thing either. Does it actually give them my armor? Because I feel like I remember giving them my armor. Bonus and additional bonus to summoner's armor is also okay. So it's bonus and additional bonus, which I assume means armor here would obviously apply. So armor here would be the equivalent of getting damage. Well, I don't know if flat armor works. Anyways, I saw minion attack speed, so we'll go for that one. Brother, can I remember the button there? $243.13. Pretty sure that's not all I spent on it, but like, fine. And the best part is, aside the initial cost, I already have all the materials I will need to get this to 40, I believe. We're just getting something usable. Cool. So now it's a 4% per merged spirit, and I have 5 merged spirits. So I am now sitting at, I would say, about 30 bill. I'm going to trade item, skill, activation, medium, preparation. Five is also fine, to be honest. And I'd like it to have cooldown recovery speed in the T1s, maybe. 220 for 16. Yes, that's a 218 for 16. I was kind of hoping one of you would be 4 seconds, but nope. All right. Now I can just run around and not worry about anything. $14.7. Those crits are big. Those crits are insane. Holy. Well, it looks like we're about 37-ish bill. Big dips. Which means we are profound ready-ish. All right. And we can still swap easily between both of them. Okay. Let's do some profound gaming. I have 16 of these. Sure. It's going to take forever. These rocks are kind of dumb. Like, y'all need to stop jumping all over the place. It's based off of where they are when I may have bricked. Give me a quick second. All right, I'm back. Yeah, these rocks are not the greatest. Dude, what the fuck is happening? GG. It was close enough, but you know. This is what it is. Okay. Okay. Bro. GG. All right, we're going to remove the, if we're going to try to do even a little bit of profound, we have to remove that point. We have to remove this point. Dude. All the traveler stuff is just complete pain. Like all the side effects. Five stack, okay. Multi-strike is definitely okay. We're just going to skip that. I was going to say multi-strike is definitely better on Thunder Magi than it is on Rock. My melee minions are also just perma-dead, so let's also do something else there. Because they were so dead that I kind of forgot they existed. You think next time you play TLI, you're going to go Iris 1? The merge thing you feel isn't your jam. Can't offset the degen enough with my level and gear and skill. I mean, Iris 1 is a decent choice. The only problem with Iris 1, a low mana you deal, I don't care. The only problem with Iris 1 is she's a bit, I won't say harder to scale. She scales is in a very similar way to Iris 2. But she's, you know, the more minion playstyle focused character where you don't merge and all that. So for playstyle wise, it is what you're looking for. Just keep in mind that she's not quite as efficient with, I guess, currency per damage. So, or currency usage. So, as with off-meta picks in most ARPGs, it'll be slightly more, it'll be more expensive to scale it into the end game. That being said, she doesn't struggle or anything to scale. Like I've used Iris and hit trillions in the past. So Iris 1 rather. This is my first in Iris 2. But yeah, I think you actually like Iris 1. For future reference, I think you should go for no. Thunder Magi in my past experience was the best. I don't know if that is still the case, but it was the best. Dude, I literally just killed myself. Are you still playing TLI? Because if you want some tips on offsetting the degen, I can get you started. I can like point you in the right direction. And did you go far enough to make a FE? Every pro build had like Giga gear on Thunder for Iris 1. I mean, at this point, it's kind of expected for Iris 2. Define Giga gear. You haven't gotten FE yet. What tier would you like some help? Like, would you like me to try to point you in the right direction? Yeah. I mean, the regen battle doesn't end until you skilled quite a bit, but it definitely gets better especially when you have FE and you can actually buy. Cause like, there's one legendary that will help you a lot. Once you can craft gear, you can also get regain, which also helps a lot. You just need to get to the point that has you know, FE, which I think FE can now drop from like tier 5, time mark 5. Dazzling Bloom. I hate having to do 6 maps to kill the boss in each one to advance to the next level. Holy. Can't even reach out. Talk about chores. I mean, that is actually how I felt about it the first time they introduced. I guess I don't know if I don't remember if it's always been that way. I feel like it has been since I started playing, but I don't fully remember what my first season was like. But I also know they've reworked the end game a lot in that time. So like, ow. Why are there people stuck in the walls? Bro, if you kill me one more time, I don't give a fuck. I think I would steal one more damage before I'm comfy time mark 8. But yeah, I agree with you. It is... Oh god. These guys. I think I'm going back to time mark 8. I think I would like more DPS before I do this. I think I genuinely would. Anyways, as I was saying, I agree with you. It feels very chory, and really that is what it is, because like, you know, you're really not making money until you get to 7 anyways. So having to clear 1 through 5 every single time till then is kind of whatever. The thing that helped for me was when I learned what I could do to make currency in those time marks. That helped make it feel less like a chore. But yeah, I get it, and I don't fault you for it. It is, I don't know what they would do to remedy this situation except just make it quicker somehow. Maybe reduce the number that are required for each time mark or for each boss battle. Maybe, I don't know. I feel like that just, it doesn't solve the root problem. Would be the problem with that, you know. And I would say, come on, man. All right. I mean, that's enough, I think. I tried. We're not going to be doing this yet. I refuse to do this to myself. So switch back. Rising Edge. Preparation. I will do 8-2s though. Oh no. This is from back when I was using God of War compasses. I mean, it doesn't matter too much. I have Rock Golem. By the way, Lit, for the build codes, I do believe I have my T7 setup, albeit with rares at this point, but I already told you the uniques I had until I replaced them. You can follow this. Do you want me to share the build code? That was, I feel like that was the gear I used to kill Traveler, and because I have one on like 2 of the legendary pets there, I would say you need slightly better. Actually, unless you know the mechanics, you need even better than that, because like I was racing, so I did it at the the soonest I could, not necessarily when it was comfortable either. So there's also that. But at that point, I had like 70 mil, 90 mil DPS, which is a good place to be to farm T7s to begin with. Like you'd be shredding T7s with that DPS. You said your biggest problem right now is the regen fiasco, right? Which means you're taking a lot of dot damage from it, which means the priority should be to fix it, to help you not degen. So for that, let's do this instead. You're going to lose damage by doing this, but it will probably feel better. All right, if you're down for that, I'll show you. You'd have to click machinist and you'd want to reselect, I believe. Reselect, that would refund all your points. Then you want to go to God of Might and pick Warrior, this one right here. Again, you're losing damage because machinist has all these pretty good minion nodes and this one doesn't have it. But what this one does have is it has giga defense. This is a very defensive tree. So you're going to pick up life here, you're going to pick up life here, but the priority is once you have life here and you're picking up life, the moment you can select this one, you want to go into the regen. This is big regen, big regen. You don't really care about this one, but these two are big. Then you also want to pick up these 2 regain nodes and of course the minus life regain interval. So between 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then for the rest of your points you can put them into life here, and injury buffer is decent. That's what I would do at least. Oh, there's minion attack speed actually, so you do want minion attack speed at the very least. So you probably try to fit this in too at some point, but you can do 1, 2, pick this, then the next, if you want damage, you'd pick this. That's the only damage node that helps minions here, I believe. And then past that, it's still just more defense. But getting 1.2% life regen here and then another 2.4% here, that's 3.6 total, is going to be very, very impactful. And then eventually I can show you when you start dropping FE and all that, we can talk about what things you can buy for cheap that will help you get to a better spot. Would I worry about the 24 points since I'd assume I keep it forever? You do still worry about 25 points because it's the major talent is such a strong node that there's no reason not to. But in node, you're going to be going for additional life. Arcane converts this to life cost, but then you get 25% additional life, which is a lot of defensive layering. So you still get this one. Facing a judge and that other guy together is kind of annoying, but like it's also kind of fine because this is in T8 at least. And I came here thinking I would see a God of War podium. I did not see it. The good news is I'm still just as fast. Thank you, Rock. Let me know how it feels, by the way, when you try it out. And just to confirm, you also have Frost Magi, right? You're using Frost and I think you said you're using Flame. So Frost and Flame would be what I guess. You are? Okay. Yeah. Makes sense. That means you're okay doing like piloting the flame to do damage, right? By the way, how do you like the RF aura that minion has? You again? Holy, I lived through that. At T5 maps, it's a slow dot. So it's not clearing your screen anymore. Yeah, I've tried to build around it in the past and it does scale pretty well. Not too well, but like it can be made to work. The only thing is you're just better off scaling everything else. But yeah, I think you're currently scaling the hit damage, not necessarily dots, because like the ways you would scale dots include like you'd scale dot by going like affliction and reap. Reap is actually a pretty cool mechanic. I don't know if you know about it, but what reap does is it basically caches it takes whatever dots you have, and whenever you reap, it takes a few seconds of that dot or however long it would be, and it pulls the damage basically instantly. So for reap, you want it to reap more frequently from whatever your reap source is, and you want it to reap a larger size of that dot, especially for that skill, because that is not an ignite, so it's not like it's reducing the duration, it's just damage. So it's a pretty cool scaling vector. You could have been good. Oh, could be good, could be money. But instead it is Sag. I mean, it might not be, it might be. It's okay. If it sells for this price, it's okay. If it does not, then it is not great. All right, I'm going to keep this pedigree in my back pockets. If I can sell that, that's huge. Holy, near 2K. All right. I don't think I'm going to replace this weapon. I think I've committed into the path I want for my minions. So all that's left now is to full send the commits. How much FE do I have? I have 200. It really isn't a lot. I just need to farm. I think I need to move my jump from L2. Reason I think I need to move it from L2 is I feel like I'm getting it cramped by tapping it. Like if it was A, I mean, it'd be louder for you guys, so that wouldn't be great. But it would be easier for me to press long term. So I need to figure out controls for this setup. In the meantime, though, I think it's time to do some Supreme Showdown. I wonder where I'll get to. Thinking I get to like 11. 11 or 9, one or the other. This is flow what? 6. This guy has force phases, sadly. After wasting all my time. I actually like this guy being in the later round. So the fact that he's here means we don't get a free round later on. Yeah, this guy used to be like, this one was like floor 16 for 2 seasons. All right, who next? 10. So it looks like I'm actually going to get past 11, but probably stop at 12 then. My first tokens. He's bugged. His animation was bugged. What the fuck? This guy just placed it on. I feel like he placed it on the iris at my back, not me. Like he touched the iris and all of a sudden it was on her. This is probably the... I can probably do one more past this. I don't know like how I'm supposed to actually get out of there, but yeah, I think that's the last one. This one will be a pain in the butt to deal with. Oh, it's this guy. This guy used to be 17, something like that. He's still doable. Bruh. Okay, we try again. Bruh. Like I said, this one will be a pain in the fucking butt. All right, we're done. We're done. We'll come back with more damage. The only problem I'm seeing with multi-strike right now is that if the rock magi or mages tries to multi-strike from far away, he tends to overshoot. That's like the biggest problem now. Come on. Nothing good. Oh, dude. I've gotten how many corners now? Surely one of them is bound to be good. I feel like this is good. Yeah, it's decent. I'll take it. 140. Pretty decent. All right. It's almost time to end stream. We'll run maybe one more map, and then we'll call it for today. Been a very productive day. Insane luck. I still can't believe I got as lucky as I did. Dropping an eternity and a gaze upon the reflection in the same day within hours of each other has to be criminal levels of luck. To put it into perspective how lucky I got, I basically got an apothecary and a house of mirrors between when I started stream, like literally 30 minutes before when I started stream, which is when I got the apothecary, and then the house of mirrors was during stream. Like I just got 8k FE just like that, actually like closer to like 9-10k. Have any ideas what you're going to play for Frisia? Frisia, I'm most likely going to start as a scavenger, a summon phantasm scavenger. I think is what my goal would be for the first build. Not entirely sold on it yet, and I feel like I want to play paladin this time around as well. So I know I'm going to do at least 2 builds, and I'm very likely going to do summon phantasms. The only thing that threw a wrench in my potential summon phantasm plans is realizing that scavenger starts with 3 points instead of 2. Ooh, Twilight investment. That'd have been good in a different league, maybe. Do you have any idea what you want to play? Debated Herald of Agni, but you don't know if you actually like the playstyle. Herald of Agni is definitely a weird playstyle. Very different from other minion builds. I went the approach of having my Herald of Agni trigger off of blocks with Fallen, which was pretty chill. Like it made it play way less like a bow character, and I could actually just enjoy the gameplay of it. That being said, that variant also does have its downsides, so it's just something to keep in mind. If you're playing less, if you're playing maps that are less dense, like I don't know why you'd have Ace Falling on League Start, but let's just say you're on League Start budget and you weren't really juicing like pack size and stuff like that. Or if you were opting to like farm essences or something, you wouldn't, if you don't have many people hitting you, then you have a lower proc rate, so your Herald of Agony does less damage. It still does enough to clear the maps, but it's just something to keep in mind. It means it would have less virulence, which equates to, I think on Herald of Agony, that also equates to like attack speed, right? Or attack speed rather. Like it's attack speed, it's base damage or flat, yeah, base damage, attack speed, and increased damage if I remember correctly, something like that. I just be that guy who plays cast when stunned and do ultimatums. I mean, that's always an option. What are the cast when stunned gamers playing ascendancy wise? My main reason for choosing, the primary reason I'm going for Summon Phantasm is on paper it's just a very efficient setup for what you get from your ascendancy. You're fixing the biggest weakness for Summon Phantasms, which is defense. You just have Cloak of Flame for free, so like a big chunk of your phase defense is coming from there. You can still get some other sources of phase defense, you know, determination, skill, some armor. I was going to say Jinx Shuju, but Jinx Shuju is only viable like unless you're not going Dark Monarch on like a lower budget or something. If it defeat 3 Great Void bosses, or I've gotten an extra point, where do I want this to go? Cooldown recovery is a good one to have. All right, I think we're going cooldown recovery. I think it is finally time to go cooldown recovery. Ancestral Commander, since you basically get Defiance of Destiny in Ascendancy. True, and you get Giga. Do Cast when Stone gamers want the endurance charges? I assume they do, because like, why wouldn't you? It doesn't interrupt being stunned in any way that I can think of. Yeah, okay. Then I figured. So we have over 400% chance to multi-strike, because sometimes we multi-strike for 5 times. But yeah, that's most likely what I'm going now for. Why I think the setup I'm thinking about is efficient in theory, or not even in theory, I should be able to hit upwards of 100% bonus movement speed without unleash start gear, basically, so long as I can get a soul rest, and soul rests are never expensive, and I don't need to 6-link it. I can just 5-link it, or 5-6 socket it rather. And I also have, there's also the added advantage of not even needing to gem swap, because you can always just have your single target set up on a weapon swap and just press a button, and all of a sudden, oh, your weapon swap is done. That is the one build that'll get me to rebind my weapon swap button. Because like in Fury 1, thanks to Spectres, I unbound my weapon swap button. And once I'm done with that build, I'm unbinding it again. Why did you... Huh? Is it because of this? So just by having that, it's expensive? What is that? But anyways, back to what I was saying. Summon Phantasm, you get to 100% plus movement speed, so it's a very zoomy build on a budget. I don't know how I feel about Cyclone Gaming is the only thing, but like, I mean, it's probably chill without that movement speed anyways, and it's one button anyways. You can use Cyclone to trigger stuff. We can't use Infused Channeling because we plan on using Queen's Hunger, but before we get the Queen's Hunger, we technically can if we get a 5-link. How's the defensives? It caps, actually no, it doesn't quite cap block without investment, because we don't get the offering effects node on the Katarina tree, sadly. That's the one thing it really doesn't get. But early on, it picks up some, it's gonna use Spectres, and since it uses Spectres, the Katarina node would also help a lot with the extra defense. We can go bone melt, but then we have to figure out resistance because of, you know, the increased phantasm numbers, which is going to be something we would have to deal with. Then defensively, in the end game, let's say, what do? We still have 2 points to spare on any ascendancy. We would probably have dropped Queen's Hunger at this point. We'd also have dropped Leash of Oblation if we're dropping Queen's Hunger. This effectively means I could have a Mage Blood at this point. Mage Blood is Giga defense. But if I don't have that, then I need to specifically scale more block and some other things. So I don't know how the Mage Blood swap is going to look like on this ascendancy, especially with the, you know, lack of block if we drop Bone Offering altogether. But I guess we could get attack block pretty easily. Spell block is the question, is the, you know, whoa, I'm not too sure of. If I can path to the top left of the tree, there'll be more spell block and attack block. I can kind of see myself making it work. Kind of. The real question is now you get to decide to save for mage blood or save for more idols. I mean, for me, I think what I'm going to do this league is I'm going to enter Harvest Jail. I'm going to stay there. We don't often get 96% chance to not wilt, so I'm going to milk it for what it's worth. Yeah, I want to do Harvest, but I think it'll be very competitive. Oh, 100%. 100%. Like I know I'm not the only person thinking about Harvest and what Frisha brings to the table on it. But the good news about Harvest is like you can always do this thing. You can always progressively increase your you know, get better idols as you get more money. And that would eventually still give you even more currency. You know, there's something aside how ass it is to actually craft a proper idol. There's something very fun about the options to keep investing into your strategy, like putting permanent high budget upgrades to your strategy that will from that moment on make you make more money. Does that make sense? Like there's something very fun about that, being able to scale that in that way. Now, granted, that does ignore the biggest problem of idols, which is, you know, the crafting it and the trading it. But there's definitely something there that I would like to be in the base game. I just don't know how that would work yet. Like, I wouldn't want idols to be in the base game because that would feel ass. But there's a universe where there's some permanent thing you can buy or you can have added to your farming strat that permanently gives you loot bonuses or something to the strat you're currently doing, and you can only have like one or two of it or something. I think it's healthy for the game in like some sense. Like, I actually wish there was a system like that for the base seasons. Same, not idols, I repeat, but like I wish there was something there where it could be added on, you know, the Atlas or whatever, and it's like, yeah, you can progressively increase this, strive for, like, I know people suggested like jewel sockets for the tree. I don't know if I don't think I quite would like that, but like, yeah, like I wouldn't mind it having affixes, you know, if there were multiple different setups or I guess options for different farms, so it wasn't just like, oh, this is just the base for every single farm, so it's just unachievable, you know. Like if different strategies had different things they wanted and it was varied enough to that you actually wanted certain like options in the end game, then I could be down to something like, I guess in this case it would be less. The best thing I think I have to an experience like this would be time lost jewels in PoE 2 with Disciple of Vorax. With the time lost jewels, it felt very good to upgrade them because with the positioning I got very good efficiency with them. So I really felt it whenever I got an extra modifier, like, oh, now these notables are now giving me energy shield or energy shield recharge rate or minion crits chance or minion crit damage, you know. Like, it was very, very noticeable when I got that because of the efficiency. I'm not saying I want time lost jewels, but there's something there where like where you would want every modifier to feel impactful, and for there to be a relatively deterministic path towards perfection, albeit it could be expensive, but like there should be enough of it to where if like the average person says I want to save up for this, there will be perfect items waiting for them at the end of that tunnel, versus if it's just pure RNG and like the perfect one is there now, but if someone buys it, we don't know when the next perfect one is coming, you know. At the same time, I usually don't go too crazy with mapping, as I can get burned out on a shot like after 2 hours or something and then need to do something else. That's typically how I play PoE, but because I've set a limit for free share for myself, I'm basically only going to play 2 builds, and I'm going to stop playing free share early. And the reason for this is because PoE 1 is releasing early March, so I don't want to burn myself out on the game before then. So I'm pacing myself and trying to make sure I do not overdo it, if that makes sense. It also feels like I feel more obligated to play in like metal strong league status, so I can focus more on money into idols. True. Because having the early starts is just, it will give you a very big competitive edge. But that said, there's only going to be so much recombinating going on until like you know, people are actually printing the idle bases in the end game. So we'll see how it goes. I'm probably going to dabble in recombinating these things myself because, well, I already did it a decent chunk in free share, and I didn't mind making my own perfect set of like 2 to 3, well, 3 mods. And I guess to start off, we'd all be going for 2 mods and whatnot. So it lost you so much. Now I recombinated my own idols, but from the ones I recombinated, I saved money here and there. Sometimes I lost money because like I remember some of them would just go giga and just refuse to give me what I want. But some of them I also got very lucky on, so I think it averaged out to where I made money overall. I wonder if I can get more profit cards in, since people are going to be too busy focused on mapping idols or mapping and idols. It's possible. Like if you target items that newer players might be interested in, like, you know, RF gets recommended to every new player and their grandma, so that's probably a decent place where profit margins would be. Oh shit, 20 stack, I'll take it. Thank you very much. So RF stuff is probably going to be money. Aside RF, look at the, it'll probably just be a look at the most popular build. What is the archetype that is popular, and then profit craft for it. I haven't really paid attention to what people are theory crafting for it, so I have no idea. Oasis run out of capital. Thank you for running out while I was online, because I'm not online for too much longer. 1 day left. Wait. Okay. I thought I had radical order, and I was like, wait, what did I drop for it? Because I don't think it's smart dropping weapon arm for it. I tried even this briefly to do some RF scepters and helmets, but honestly only a few chaos on them wasn't too profitable for me. Maybe it's just a case of there's so many people also targeting this audience that it's a saturated market. I mean, there's other things to look for. Cluster jewels are typically decent depending on the build you try to target them for. If you know how to craft the cluster jewel. Maybe look at what Potion is doing. Those tend to go up in price. Pop gun is also a decent place to look at what he's eyeing. But yeah, I think this is going to be my last map, and then we can end stream. I actually don't feel like I need God of War anymore. Ooh. Come on. Oh shit, I got more left. Oh, I mean, I'll take it. More wedges is always better. Speaking of Torchlight, tempted to swap builds because you got one chain lightning damage doesn't seem like it's well. It doesn't seem like what? Like it's that great, or like it looks insane. Which one? What are you currently playing? Oh, we made some insane upgrades today. We still can make some upgrades, to be honest, because we just sold some shit. We actually just sold the Indifference belt for 980. And we sold this, so we have 1,000 FE to work with again. Now the question is, what do I want to do with this 1,000 FE to help my build? Is there anything I want to do? The easy way out is just to give myself Um, is to get something like superpower, right? Precise supports. That'd be the easy way to go about spending money right now. Is there any part of my upgrade I forgot to? Oh yeah, the crafting. That's what I'll do. You're playing it and it does. It seems quite bad slash meh. What stage of the game have you gotten to? Are you in T8 yet? I came here for embers. Jesus, you guys are 0.24 already. Ember farming is going up. Those stonks are insane. Big ember farming stonks. Bro, there's no way you're this allergic to minion attack and cast speed. You're kidding me. Oh. Okay. I was trying the wrong thing. That just goes to show I'm tired. That actually is a my guy you're tired. All right, you're T2 now. I need to switch you is the next one. So I have how much left? 1,300. So I'm going to buy some ultimate embers. These guys are now going back up in price. Holy, did I sell? Nope. This is 5. .5 build damage. My current gear for the damage isn't terrible, I'd say, but looking at some of the pro builds or other guys way more ahead, it just seems like quite terrible scaling. What are you eyeing instead? Attack skill level. I don't have many attack skills. I know. Bro. And then you give me T3? Am I desperate enough? I feel like the answer is no. All right, we tried. We're trying to get erosion pen here. So next choice, we're going to craft our second ring. Right. Let me think. Crafting my second ring. Pros and cons. Pros of crafting my second ring is I finally get rid of the 7% additional damage taken. 232% crits when casting an empower skill for 6 seconds. I mean, I think I have this perma, but I'm not 100%. But I get more growth, which is more this. It's more damage. It's I think if I do this, we are 350. So if I can get an extra 50, that puts me at 400, and 400 is where my magi gets even better enhanced skills, and my thunder, that is attack speed for them. You look for a while, haven't come to any conclusion. Do you think you want to stay Yuga, or are you looking for a different playstyle entirely? Because, like, I mean, I feel like scaling damage right now is, I don't say it's harder, but things are weirdly priced, I would say. Like, in terms of my farming strats, I'm trying to farm as many desire core records as I can, but they're only going for like 21. So like, if I'm going off of like my consistent drops, I'm not making too much, but then I need to buy a lot of things that are very expensive. So there's also that. All right, let's buy a ring. I would like it to be priceless, so 100. How much for a base affix initial growth? You know, it doesn't have to be essence ring, right? This is 500. Is that the cheapest? It's just 12% increased damage difference, really. And like, that's not the end of the world. Really isn't. Like, sure, it looks pretty to have the essence ring, but yeah. I'd rather have the initial growth right now. Guess we'll start with there. This is going to be the basic affix. I need precious embers as well. Okay, where are they? These guys are also 0.2. They are as expensive as matchless. They're even more expensive, 0.28. This is only my second league though, so I don't know much regarding all the builds. I have Squiddo 2 pets from last season, but I've heard it's only good at 6 for Bing 2. Squiddo is which one? The last season's pets? I feel like most legendaries are just good in general. Like if it's last season's pets, then that was the main pet for Bing. So I'm inclined to believe that's not entirely true. Like if you have nothing else to use, why would that not just be better? Like what else would be better than the pet that was released alongside it? Level 6 gives +1 spell burst. I mean, that is fair. It gets way stronger, right? That is fair. But it's also, it can simultaneously get way stronger and still be good at, you know, level 2. Does it go, how many, does it give 1 base spell burst and then it gets 1 extra? Or what does that look like? How do I see so many options in the trade house? That is a question I get a lot. I'll show you in a second. Go into settings, screen settings, overall screen scaling here. Take it all the way down, zoom all the way out, and then you have more options. Game changer right there. You are welcome. Glad I could help. Dude, what the fuck, man? Things are so freaking expensive. All right, so it does look like we're not going to finish crafting this because ember prices are like stupidly insane. Like, how are you telling me matchless embers are cheaper than precious embers? In what universe is that? Seems backwards. That seems very backwards. Like, what, advanced affixes aren't premium anymore? All right, I'll craft my advanced affixes then. We'll go one at a time, I guess. I'm going to ultimate suffixes, so that means I have to go to advanced prefixes. I can't get Dex. Nope. If you give me int, I'd have taken it in a heartbeat. But you keep giving me T1 strength and dex. I don't want T1 strength and dex. Dude, what are all these rolls? You're addicted to strength and dex, my G. Okay. Can work with that. All right, next up, we buy a fair amount of these. Bro. I guess whatever I do go into, I have the free battle pet box from Time Mark 8 Traveler. Yep. Have you killed Time Mark 8 Traveler already? Or you mean like when you kill it, you can put it into whatever character you're going next? Oh sure. Then yeah, that's a pretty good chest to have. I got mine recently, like I think yesterday actually. Dude, what a, yeah, take that. I'll put something here for now. Holy. I feel like this is worse DPS if I wear it now. I could be wrong though, but I think it's worse DPS than the horn ring. Better defenses, but worse DPS. When I say it's better defenses, I mean the resistance is at premium. But yeah. Eventually, this ring is going to give me somewhere along the lines of like 100 and something growth. And I'll probably need to do the same thing for this guy, where I need to replace the implicits with growth. But yeah, that's all they worry for future me. Right now, I am broke. And just to confirm that it is worse DPS. Yeah, this is pushing on 40 bill. Now, the only thing I need to do is figure out AoE for my stone golems once I'm done with the ring craft I'm currently doing. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow, same time. Thanks for stopping by. We made some insane progress. Did a huge swap today to where I now have 5 major and all of that good stuff. Got insanely lucky. We dropped an eternity blueprint as well as a gaze upon the reflection card. So like today we basically made 10k FE just like that. I don't regret where I put it into in terms of my upgrades. I think I'm in a much better spot now, and I clear way faster as well, so can't complain. But yeah, take care. Thank you very much, and you too. Let me know what you decide to play, if you decide to roll from Yuga 2, that is. Rihan 2 is what skill would you be using with Rihan 2? Spectral Slash. Haven't heard much about the setup, but it seems very efficient. You don't know how you feel about it. What don't you like about it, and what do you like about it? I guess is a decent place to start when trying to figure out if you should swap or not. Oh jeez. Looks visually weird, but at the same time, without playing it, can't tell. Is that the slash skill that people are currently playing with the new Erica? The one that looks like claw slashes on the ground, something like that. Fogwan is using as far as you know. Okay, so I do know what it looks like then. I haven't seen it on a non-Erica, so I have no idea what that would look like. Does I assume it doesn't scale the same way as Erica, because Erica goes multi-strike. I assume you probably don't want multi-strike. Otherwise, you'd be competing with gear with the most popular character, which would make it everything expensive. Which, if you're very efficient with, you know, if the damage is very efficient, then by all means. But if it's not, then it can feel pain. Fire damage armor stacker. Oh, he's the Magnus Ascendancy, right? The one that really likes Magnus. I mean, I've heard really good things over the seasons for fire damage armor stackers, so if that helps. I really need to work on my slates. My slates are so fucking ass. Like, they are actually garble. Thing is, I know where to start from. I just don't have the money to start from it. Because I would like to have a prairie and then build around it to get like really good regen and extra levels coming from that one prairie slot. God damn. I swear, I think my slates are quite decent. As for someone's help on my build at first, eventually the slates be shit. Because they can be so much better than what, at least what I currently have. But in order for them to be so much better, you would spend so much more. Like, you would actually spend a very reasonable amount more. Because even just to reroll these stats at the bottom is expensive. Then if you want a proper slate setup, you're looking at one of the legendaries. You're going Space Rift, or you're going Pedigree, not Pedigree, Moth paired with Prairie, or all these things. And Prairie right now is like 6k. Space Rift is like 2k. It's like holy. But yeah, it's like, I think that might be the next thing I save up for. Just save up like 3-4k and then send a slate setup. I need to look at what people are actually doing in terms of slate setups as well. I don't know what they're doing, so it's kind of hard for me to know exactly what I should be doing as well. I kind of know what I want to do. I want life regen and I want levels, but I don't know what else I want besides the levels. Like, there's additional damage to life I could potentially get, I guess. There's damage taken from me, but I already have that. These are all divinity ones. Can I say I want a pedigree showing? Doesn't look like I can. I just have to manually do everything. I guess Uber Elite is doing multi-strike gaming. No, he is not. Would have figured it'd be multi-strike gaming, but I guess not. Anyways, I'm gonna be back tomorrow. Good night.